Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Get out of here, Jason Ross. Get out of here, Chris Verlade. Carmichael David already left. Allen Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports, taking up to 2 p.m. Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass for you today. Got to be honest with you, okay? I have been working on myself, trying to work on myself, and yesterday I got through a whole day, and it's been a very long time. I don't know if anybody could tell, but I did a Monday show with absolutely no caffeine, no coffee. I drank water all day, and I just wanted to challenge myself, see if I could do it. We got through it, but today, you see it right here. That's right. Sal Espresso is back. We are ready to rock and roll, and we're going to start with the NBA playoffs, of course, and everything that is going on there. Aaron Gordon is everybody's dream. Aaron Gordon is everybody's dream. You could make the argument. Now, obviously, Jokic is the untouchable on the Nuggets, but if you were looking at who you would take from that championship roster, you got Jamal Murray, you got a Christian Brown who's young. It's Aaron Gordon. He is probably the most coveted player. And if you look at it like this, as the Nuggets have now stolen a game in Oklahoma City, I don't think they're going to blow it up. But if they were still, let's say Oklahoma City wins the next 4 and they're done second round exit, that is viewed as an early exit for the Nuggets. Aaron Gordon is probably the only guy on that team besides Jokic that is untouchable for them. And if he's not untouchable, you probably get the best haul for Aaron Gordon. This guy is a found money champion, which is an interesting found money situation because he was drafted 4th overall. But they thought he was going to be a superstar, if you will, in Orlando. Wasn't a bad player, but I think he kind of got caught in between. Oh, am I the next Blake Griffin? Oh, the game is changing now. I need to find a way to stay a part of it, stay relevant, and he did just that. Does that sound familiar? Some of these second chances for players. Dave, during the crosstalk, brought up Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray, also a 4th pick overall. Could this be somewhere that Keegan goes? Now, their games offensively aren't particularly the same, and Keegan's going to have to keep putting on some muscle if he wants to be in that Aaron Gordon mold, but finding a role, establishing that role, and then expanding on that role. A couple years ago, Aaron Gordon was a defensive specialist. He was the odd man out offensively. Now, you could make the argument he's their second best option. Jamal Murray, it's every other game with that guy. Jamal Murray is their number 2 option, but night in, night out, Aaron Gordon is going to get you 15, and a very important 15. He's got 2 game winners in this very young playoff run. 2 game winners. So I hope that guys like Keegan Murray, guys like Jonathan Kuminga, who might be a Sacramento King, could be looking for greener pastures, they take heed to the idea that and I don't think Keegan is trying to be an all-around superstar, and I do think Keegan is trying to find a lane, but if you really dedicate yourself to having a role and expanding on that role, you can be one of the most coveted players in the NBA. Because I honestly think that's what Aaron Gordon is right now. They'd get the best haul for Aaron Gordon if they chose to move Aaron Gordon, the Nuggets. And I don't think that they would, but that's what it is right now. We also are going to talk about the Celtics because I told y'all something was off. I told y'all something was off about the Celtics. I had the Celtics winning in 6, but something has been off about the Celtics all season long. Porzingis can't stay on the court. Jaylen Brown hasn't been healthy. It feels like a very long time. Drew Holiday forgot how to score a basketball. Jason Tatum is Jason Tatum. Joe Mazzulla, everybody loves him. I've had my question marks. It's a really good roster. I don't know that Joe Mazzulla is an elite coach. I think he's a good coach. But I think most coaches would look good with that roster. They chuck a bunch of threes. They got great length. They got great size. They got great athleticism. They're still running out Al Horford. I've had questions about the Celtics. I didn't have the stones to pick the Knicks over them because I thought the Knicks were fraudulent. And the Celtics will probably still win the whole thing, but there's issues there. There's issues. We just talked about Aaron Gordon and the Nuggets, based on their championship pedigree, probably the Thunder's worst nightmare. But at the same time, if the Thunder ever want to be taken seriously, they're going to have to beat a team that knows what they're doing. And last night, the Thunder did not know what they're doing. From Dagnall fouling to Chet Holmgren, pretty good shooter by all accounts, missing both free throws. That's called young and getting tight in the moment. You're at home, everybody's rocking. Why they're wearing those alternate jerseys, I have no clue. It looked terrible in there, by the way.
The Rockets did that for Game 7,
it looked terrible. It looked terrible. I'm getting another gray hair is going to pop up. Can we just wear the normal uniforms? You look crazy. You look crazy. The regular season is one thing, but I turned it on. Is that black and yellow and blue? What the hell am I looking at? The crowd was wearing black. It looked like a bootleg version of the theater lighting with the Nets and the Knicks and the Lakers. It just looked weird in there.
I will give Oklahoma City credit. Their fans are the best at everyone wears the T-shirt.
Oh yeah. They will wear those T-shirts, and they fit properly too.
So honestly, I'm at a point where it doesn't matter what color or what scheme they go with, it always looks awesome because they all wear the shirts.
So the Thunder lose a game they didn't really have any business losing. The Celtics lose a game in a historical fashion because going back to the regular season, how do you beat the Celtics? You beat the Celtics when they beat themselves and just refuse to have any off-speed pitch, any curveball, any changeup when it comes to their offensive scheme. They just chuck up threes. And they're everything that's kind of wrong with the game right now, and we just ignore it because they're the Celtics. But you got Porzingis out there, you got Jason Tatum, all these guys just chuck threes. And they could not hit a shot to save their life, and now they're down 0-1. And the Knicks, look, man, I was listening this morning. I had one of my allergy attacks, so I'm downstairs early this morning. And yes, Stephen A. is screaming at me, as he tends to do. But I heard them talking on the 4-Letter Network, and they said, the Knicks have a plan. Their plan is to just scrap you defensively and just be within 5, 10, hopefully 5 in the fourth quarter and let Jalen Brunson do his thing. Whether you think it's ethical basketball or not, when he's flopping, things like that, that's a conversation that we can have. But the Knicks' plan is to just muck it up, keep it close, and let Jalen Brunson do his thing in the fourth quarter. They have a plan. The Celtics have a plan. It's just chuck up a bunch of threes. So I think the Celtics will probably win, but you start looking at Jalen Brunson, and I got to give him his kudos. And when it looked like the Pistons might mess around and do something, we talked about what Becky Hammond said, that Jalen Brunson can't be your number one, and they haven't won the championship yet. They've only won one game against the Celtics. It's a very long series. But if you're telling me how in the world, with guys like OG Anunoby, who he did have 29, don't get me wrong, you got OG Anunoby, you got Karl-Anthony Towns, who only had 14, and you have Mikal Bridges, who only had 8. He just balled out in overtime. Versus a team in the Celtics, you have Drew Holiday and Derek White defensively. How on earth does a 6-foot whatever Jalen Brunson drop 29 on you? That's how I'm giving him kudos, because these are, oh my gosh, look at the Celtics defense. They got Derek White, they got Drew Holiday. They're gonna lock down anybody. How does Jalen Brunson score 29 points? So I got to give him his just due there, because that's not something I thought would happen against a team like the Celtics. Not to mention, I'm sure there are some Jaylen Brown switches in there as well, who he's got more length than Jalen Brunson. So I don't know that the Knicks are going to win the whole thing, or at least beat the Celtics. But, and the Celtics will probably shoot 50% from 3 next game, and they might blow the Knicks out of the water. But the Knicks, you could argue, play a better brand of playoff basketball than the Celtics. We got our guy. We're great defensively. Even if we weren't great defensively during the regular season, we're great defensively now. We got our guy. We got to stretch big, and we're going to muck it up and rock and roll. The Celtics we're going to play defense and chunk a bunch of threes, and hopefully they go in. And last season, they did go in. Something's been off about this Celtics team. And Porzingis the guy cannot stay on the court. I don't know if he was a non-COVID illness. I don't know if it's a stomach bug, whatever the case is.
He's not beating the allegations, I'll tell you that.
No, we saw him for 2 seconds. We're also going to discuss the Brock Purdy contract. We have new news coming from the Chris Sims show. John Lynch was on with Chris Sims and gave a little bit of clarity there with Brock Purdy. Also talked about being the hunter and no longer being the hunted. So we'll get into that. Jacob Wilson, I feel like I didn't give Jacob Wilson enough just due as much as I love Jacob Wilson, and I've been talking about how good this kid is going to be from last season. I took a look at the odds, and I don't know that even I realized that Jacob Wilson right now of your Athletics that play in West Sacramento has the best odds to win Rookie of the Year. Shortstop, got drafted in, I think, 2023, flew up. These kids are flying up now post-COVID to the big leagues. Was supposed to have a great start last season, got injured. So we'll talk to, of course, Coach Eric Martins about Jacob Wilson and about your first-place A's. They're on their way to be in first place. They win in walk-off fashion against the Mariners last night to get 2 more games. If they sweep the Mariners, they will be first place in the AL West. So we're going to talk to Coach Eric Martins about that. They have a great stretch of just real baseball coming up against some really good teams. We are also going to talk about our trade target for today. All right, here's the hint for our trade target. Our trade target for today is another point guard. He's long, he's young, and he also has an injury history. But he is probably the youngest trade target that we have talked about since we've been doing this. That's at 11:30, the youngest trade target. He's young. He's on a great contract if he stays healthy. And the last hint I'll give you, he plays in the Eastern Conference. That's it. Great show coming up for you. 4 hours. Got our playoff playback when we return. Aaron Gordon, the new money or the found money winner. Jokic still scores 42. And we just don't even bat an eye at that. How does that change the MVP conversation? Of course, it shouldn't. But does it? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
My swerve in that corner. Whoa,
hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
Full details and disclaimer.
Second free throw, Holmgren. Missed it again. Rebound down to Christian Brown. You got to hurry. 7 seconds. Front court over to Westbrook. Left side Gordon for the win. Yeah! 2.8 seconds left. Coming back the other way. Williams from half court. Baked it no good at the horn. And the Denver Nuggets shocked the Oklahoma City Thunder in game number 1. Final tonight, 121-119.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
The first thing I thought when I finished watching the game last night, Nuggets, Oklahoma City Thunder, and, you know, you look at the box score. And, again, these are teams, and Sam Presti was named Exec of the Year. Good for Sam Presti on the Thunder. Be careful. Didn't we do this, Kyle? Be careful. Was it Coach of the Year or Exec of the Year? These guys get canned. There's been a line of execs or coaches that get canned. I think it was coaches that get canned 2 years after.
Coaches, definitely.
They win Coach of the Year. So shout out to Sam Presti, but be careful, Sam. A lot can change in a year or 2 years. I think
Technically, Monty McNair got fired 2 years after winning Executive of the Year.
Be careful, Sam Presti. Just enjoy it now. Your team keeps tricking off games, and who knows? The first thing I thought, and I'm looking here at the box score, Jalen Williams with 16, Chet with 12, Hartenstein with 12, Shea with 33, Caruso with 20. There's your found money right there. Caruso with 20 and Lou Dort with 14. That's your home cooking, right? Those guys combining for 34 points. You're not getting that on the road, especially not in Denver. But the first thing I thought, and what a lot of people are talking about, is are we getting to this point where with the Thunder, they're so young, right, that we're almost in a early Celtics conversation with Jason Tatum, who got into the league. It feels like he's been in the league forever because he has been in the league for forever. Then you get Jaylen Brown, and you think, okay, those guys are pretty good, right? I'm thinking as far as Jalen Williams is concerned, do we think he'll be as good as Jaylen Brown? I think it's possible, and I think Shea will obviously be as good as Tatum. But you look at this team this season in particular, and I do wonder, this is why there were conversations about the Thunder going after one more guy, which felt crazy because they were winning all these regular season games. How many times do we have to say it? The Warriors showed us in 2016, regular season is a different beast. The Rockets showed us this season, you can beat everybody down in the regular season. Playoffs is a different beast. And what the Nuggets did, who aren't even a great team defensively, but they're outstanding at picking their spots. Shea, you're still going to have 33, but when it matters most, it ain't going to be you. It ain't going to be you. And I'm looking at who their number two is. Their number two is Jalen Williams, and I'm not trying to overreact to one game, but Jalen Williams with a quiet 16 and 7, and it was very evenly dispersed. Kyle, 6 players in double figures. 6 players in double figures.
That's the formula.
That's somebody's formula. And then you look at I look at a Chet Holmgren. And that's supposed to be, because everybody has once you get to this point in time in the playoffs, everybody has a really good number one. Everybody has a really good number two. Who out here has the elite number 3? Or is it a 3 by committee? I can sit there and bag on Chet Holmgren, but again, nobody's expecting Alex Caruso to score 20. So you could say, well, they kind of got that production there. But ultimately, this team was supposed to kind of break the system because you got Shea, you kind of had found money with Jalen Williams, and then you still had Chet, who went number 2. Let's not forget, Chet went top 3 pick, went number 2.
Yeah.
So I know he's dealt with injury, but 12 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 bricks to lose the game, that's kind of brutal. And that's the type of stuff where it's, all right, man, it's one game, but at some point, you guys need to turn the corner, and I get it, it's one game. But at some point, you guys are going to have to turn the corner.
Well, the weird part about it is that they had that game locked up. It's not like this is some grand indictment of the blueprint or some grand indictment of their decision to have 2 guys on rookie contracts be part of their big 3. They had it. I have the win probabilities up here from last night. Do you know the first time in the game, at any point in the game, the win probability swung to Denver being the favorite?
Was it when he made the shot?
Yeah, it was with 2 seconds left in the game. That was the first time at any point in the contest Denver was favored to win that game.
Yeah.
This is less, I think, an indictment of Oklahoma City and more call it a choke if you want, but I think this is Denver just willed their way to a victory, a hugely, hugely improbable victory. And if this game goes the way that we expect, the Thunder were 10-point favorites and they were up 10 with 2 minutes to go. Like, the Thunder had the game on lock and they blew it right at the end. I would give more credit to Denver. Yes, Chet missed the 2 free throws, but Denver pitched a perfect final 2.5 minutes of that game to come back.
And you know what's so crazy? We know that there was drama with the GM and with Mike Malone. But what's so crazy is that the reason people weren't doing the thing where they picked the Nuggets because of their championship pedigree is because clearly the owner And that exec team did not believe in that Nuggets team, which is why they fired Mike Malone and fired Calvin Booth. If the Nuggets had done exactly what they did with Mike Malone and didn't fire anybody and then beat the Clippers, people would have picked the Nuggets over, some people would have picked the Nuggets over the Thunder simply because of, we have the championship pedigree, they have the coach. Because they fired the coach, everybody, myself included, thought, Denver, they're just walking the plank. We're just waiting for them to say goodnight, and they haven't. So that's all fine and good. The owners made their decision. It seems like it was a good one. We'll never know what Mike Malone would have done. What I do find hilarious is that I don't think it was necessarily ownership, but Mike Malone and Calvin Booth were arguing about how much the quote-unquote vets were playing, a la Russell Westbrook. And here in the playoffs with a different coach and an interim GM, Russell Westbrook is still getting 30 minutes. And Russell Westbrook with 18 points last night, a huge reason they're in the second round and a huge reason they won that game last night. He's playing incredible. So I don't know, obviously it was a short-lived relationship, but I wonder, does Russ text Mike Malone? I'm sorry about smoking that layup. You'd probably still be here. Those 2 layups, you'd probably still be here because Mike Malone was clearly making the right decisions as Russell Westbrook is still playing 30 minutes. And your boys, Peyton Watson is playing 15 minutes and Julian Strawther is playing 6.
Yeah, baby. That's the best part about all of this is, remember when we were making the jokes back in January and early February about me thinking the Denver Nuggets were the 1996 Chicago Bulls?
Yes.
The reason why is that when they had that big 4 on the floor, it was Westbrook, it was Porter Jr., it was Aaron Gordon, it was Jokic, swapping Murray instead of Porter Jr. When they had those 4 guys, they were one of the best offenses in NBA history. And they went away from that in part because they struggled with defense and in part because it seemed like they were giving up on Michael Malone. But me thinking the Thunder would win this series in 4 or 5 games was more so about them packing it in after a long season versus them actually pulling it together and Westbrook learning how to play with these guys in a way that actually looked like they did back in January. It's so fascinating because they played an excellent game and the Thunder still had them beat. And then in the last 100 seconds, Denver outscored OKC 12-4 in 100 seconds of basketball. They just swung the entire momentum of the series, and that is so fascinating for a team that we kind of thought would just pack it in and go home.
And now, I'm not going to flip my pick, right? I think Thunder will win the second game, but I do think it brings up when they were in the regular season, and I fell for it too because we're covering the Sacramento Kings who never even sniffed the playoffs. And then you see a report that the Thunder are going after Cam Johnson and Kevin Durant. And at the time you're thinking, this is ridiculous. They're sitting in first place. They've lost 4 games all season. Give me a break. But now we start to see, okay, well, if Chet Holmgren is not going to play like a top 2 pick in the draft this season, maybe he will next season, but this season, I could see why there were conversations. They decided not to do anything. Again, Sam Presti, executive of the year.
By the way, first time he's ever won it.
That's crazy. And it also speaks to how scary next season could be. Are we better off if the Thunder win the whole thing now or lose? Because if the Thunder lose, you could have a Kevin Durant Warriors situation where the Thunder think, okay, well, I guess we gotta go hunting, and then they create a ridiculous super team that we ought to deal with in the West for the next 5 years. So I might be rooting for the Thunder just so they get their championship and kind of rest on their laurels.
I would say this: the Thunder have all the draft picks, so they have the ability to pivot, and you trust Sam Presti to be able to pivot. But in the modern NBA, it doesn't matter how you construct your team; you got a 3-year window.
Yeah.
This is year 2 of that 3-year window.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Because then Jalen and Chet are not going to be on rookie deals anymore. They're going to be on maxes. And when that happens, you can't afford the Aaron Wiggins, the Isaiah Joes, the Lou Dorts, and all the guys down the bench.
And then they got to come. Then they got to come to. Then they got to come to Sacramento and be their second options and get paid $30 million.
No, I think they'll pay all of them, but then they need like Topic to turn into the next Aaron Wiggins or Lou Dort.
Well, and I saw some Clips. I like Topic.
That's the thing.
I do like him.
They have to keep hitting on draft picks.
But
to keep replenishing
But they do.
You trust them to do it, but it's hard to envision that they're going to be able to hit on every single one.
On the other side, we have a red alert. A red alert as we are having a found money segment. Now, this found money segment, this guy's not that cheap, but somebody, his name is Jeff Peterson, he reached out to me on social media, and he basically is saying that there is a name for the Kings to have their own Aaron Gordon. I'll tell you who it is when we return. Now in South Sacktown Sports.
The Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter. Right to your email. Get your latest on the Sacramento Kings, UC Davis, and Sac State with the Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter. Visit sacktownsports.com to join.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com. Oh, I'm ready! And get ready for the workday.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
The IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship is back for another thrilling season at Monterey's iconic WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, May 9th through the 11th. Only in Monterey can you experience a high-octane mix of international drivers, cutting-edge prototypes, and GT sports cars racing wheel to wheel. There'll be gourmet food, wine, craft beers, family entertainment, and exclusive fan engagement with the drivers in the open race paddock. Buy your tickets now and experience world-class motorsports. Visit WeatherTechRaceway.com.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports injury update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Right-handed pitcher JT Ginn, out with that right elbow inflammation, started a throwing program last week, and his expected return is TBD. Zach Geloff, still out with that fractured right hand, began a rehab assignment with AAA Las Vegas last week, leading off at designated hitter and going 0 for 2 with the walk. His expected return is early May. This injury report was brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Have an injury? Call Downtown. Downtown LA Law Group, an injury law firm, has many happy clients in Sacramento and the surrounding areas who have called Downtown. Get paid for your injuries from slip and falls or auto accidents. One of their most recent settlements was $1.5 million for a motorcycle accident. Have you had an auto accident? Call Downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222 and visit them at calldowntown.com.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
30 minutes, we will be joined by Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics, talking Jacob Wilson and his Rookie of the Year campaign. And if you're a little bit confused, yeah, there's a certain amount of games that you can be under and still be still be considered Rookie of the Year. Jacob Wilson, I don't even think really got close last season because he got injured pretty early on when he made his debut. But what you're looking at out there at Sutter Health Park could be the best collection of young talent, specifically from a hitter's perspective, in all of Major League Baseball. In all of Major League Baseball. So we'll talk to Coach Eric Martins about the A's in a position where they can be tied for first place by the end of this stretch with the Mariners. And then it gets real for them as they have the Yankees coming to town. And by the way, yesterday, forgot to mention it, but as we were going back and forth about whether or not $107 to get in the door is a lot of money for the Yankees A's, that's on Friday. Let us not forget, I don't know if they'll whip the pink bats out as they tend to do, but that Sunday is also Mother's Day. So that's a great Mother's Day gift if your mom is into baseball, wants a trip to the ballpark. I mean, you get to watch really, really high-level baseball with Aaron Judge and the crew. They'll be in town. And, of course, the A's, who at worst would be in second place based on how these things are going in the AOS, could be in first place by that time. So, yeah, great stuff happening out there at Sutter Health. You can go stop over at Drake's for a little bit, then walk on over. You could do brunch or do dinner after. So, yeah, great stuff happening in West Sac. But I was driving home yesterday, and that Sunday I'll be in the Bay. I'm taking my wife and my mom out to one of our spots out there because the fam is still out there. But yeah, if you're gonna be in West Sac, and I don't think they're sold out yet, Kyle and I will check closer to the end of the week. But yeah, great opportunity for you to get out to the ballpark and see the Bronx Bombers as we get back to what. And this just popped up on my feed, and I thought it was great from Jeff Peterson. He quote tweeted what I said about Aaron Gordon, and this is what he had to say. And this is a name that we've heard before, but I haven't heard it said like this. Jeff Peterson says, I wanted the Sacramento Kings to acquire Jeremy Grant last year instead of DeMar DeRozan and convince Grant to follow Aaron Gordon's example. I think that is a great, great call. Now, if you recall, back in the Stiles and Watkins days, Chris never necessarily wanted to pay that type of money to Jeremy Grant, and I didn't really want to either. Now, looking back on it, and I'm looking at Jeremy Grant's contract right now, and obviously he does make a lot of money. This season, he made $29.7 million, and I don't know that he played. Did he get to 50 games? I don't know if he even got to 50 games, but, you know, we definitely had conversations about he played 47 games, but we definitely had conversations about him joining the squad. So next season, he makes 32. Okay, and he's currently 31 years old. Next season, Aaron Gordon, and it starts to escalate from here. Next season, Aaron Gordon will make 22, million. So Aaron Gordon would be making 10 mil less. We know that it's a longer deal for Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon's deal goes through to 2028, 2029, and at this point, Jeremy Grant has 1 year less. So Jeremy Grant, yeah, the issue is you're paying him $32 million next season, and then he'll be, 32? And when he's 33, the season after that, you're paying him $34.2 million. And then the next season after that, when he's 33, 34, $36.4 million. That's a lot of cash. And I understand where Chris is coming from. I really do. I think the reality becomes, would you want Jeremy Grant at that age, at that price, or would you rather? I don't think that you can pay Jeremy Grant that and keep Keegan Murray. I think that's the issue. Maybe you could, but then you'd have Zach LaVine at 40, assuming he opts in at the end of next season, which I think he will. Zach LaVine, was that 46 or something crazy like that?
I think it's like 48.
So you got Zach LaVine at an absurd price. You still got Domas in the 40s, and that's escalating, not de-escalating. And you have those two guys. Then you would have paid Keegan whatever, right? So we're talking luxury tax here, but I do think, and that's why Jeff said I was hoping that they would have taken him. If they would have taken him this season, you have only been paying him $5 million more than you paid DeMar DeRozan. Now on this team, and it's crazy to think about now because I hate to do the if then that. If they do get Jeremy Grant instead of DeMar DeRozan, so now you have Jeremy Grant, De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Zach LaVine, and I'm assuming Keegan Ellis, or not Zach LaVine, Keegan Murray, and Malik Monk, Keegan Ellis, whatever the situation is there. How does that look? Is that the wing that De'Aaron would have been okay with staying with? I don't know. We can move forward from that and still kind of relish the idea of bringing Jeremy Grant in now, unless 32, again, the fact that it's going up scares me as he gets old, matching his age damn near. 32 mil next year for Jeremy Grant, moving off of DeMar DeRozan. Honestly, to your point, Kyle, if he had played the whole season, I think I'd be more with it. I think the issue now is I don't know that I can pay a 32-year-old Jeremy Grant $32 million coming off of a 47-game season.
Yeah, I think the problem with like turning Jeremy Grant into the Aaron Gordon type role is that Jeremy Grant's 2 years older than Aaron Gordon. Yeah. Like he's already less in his prime than Aaron Gordon is.
Getting paid more.
Yeah, but I guess to relitigate the past, I think Jeremy Grant would have been an upgrade over Harrison Barnes, but you also would have been paying $14 million more for an upgrade over Harrison Barnes, which, you know, what else could you have done with that money in between? I just look at the Kings situation and say, yes, you need a 3/4, and I would like it if Keegan Murray was playing the 3 more, because I think that would put him in a better position to succeed on the offensive end of the floor. But at what cost is always the big thing, right? If they end up flipping DeRozan for the Jeremy Grant, Tobias Harris, Andrew Wiggins swap in a package, it opens up some of the things they want to do on defense, but you're taking a lesser player in exchange, and that's always the tough thing to gauge, is like you're getting a player who is universally regarded as not as good as DeRozan. Now, that might change with the age differences, but trying to trade for fit is always a difficult thing, but it's something that the Kings have put themselves in a position to have to do.
Yeah, and since you bring him up, I mean, so there's 2 more years, and he has actually 1 more year and then a player option. Yeah, if the argument, and I know they're not exactly the same, and I had somebody, I think it was Ramsey who helps out here on the station. Of course, Ramsey had said no to Andrew Wiggins, you know, the kind of Andrew Wiggins is soft whole situation. But I would say if we are looking for somebody to do that, Aaron Gordon is a beast. You know, that boy thick, right? He's thicker than a Snicker. That's a big boy, okay? But you got Andrew Wiggins at 6'7", who has some athleticism in him. I don't love him at the 4 to be that, but Andrew Wiggins, okay, at 30 years old, but more importantly, making $28 million next season, and then a player option for 30, which he'll probably opt into. I would try the Jeremy Grant thing. I'd rather try the Aaron Gordon thing with Andrew Wiggins than Jeremy Grant. And I don't know that it would work, but and if you look at them, the problem is, yeah, we could say the same thing about Aaron Gordon and Jeremy Grant. Aaron Gordon is just a monster, right? He remember that Halloween, he came dressed up as, before he had long hair, he came dressed up as Aaron Judge. Like, those are 2 just monsters of men. So even Jeremy Grant doesn't match the physicality aspect of Aaron Gordon. So you're not going to find that, but I would take Andrew Wiggins, a smidge younger than Jeremy Grant, a proven winner, okay? He had that all-star season, the season in 2022 when they won the whole thing, and he's cheaper. So I do think this opens up a discussion, and it's a copycat league. Not that this is a surprise, but where can we find that Aaron Gordon kind of do it all, just take your lunch pail, but offensively, if we need something for you, you got it. I would probably go Aaron or Andrew Wiggins before, maybe Aaron Wiggins too. Somebody on the Thunder could do it before I go Jeremy Grant. And that's why Jeff said last year I wanted to have this conversation. Not now. Jeremy Grant's contract is going up all the way to almost $40 million. I can't do that.
Yeah, even with the modern cap situation, because this is the tough part for the Kings. Whatever move you make, you got 1 year to figure it out, because then everything is probably on the table next summer, but not necessarily like they want to, but their hand might be forced if everyone's going to leave in free agency and Domas says, hey, at the end of 2 years, I'm probably not going to sign another extension. Right. Their hand might be forced in that situation. And, I'm not going to do the Wiggins is soft thing. I don't know his character. I don't know.
I know he's a champion. I know he's a champion. And again, Wiggins as your third, fourth option, I'm in.
Yeah, for sure.
Wiggins as your first option is no, not it. And here's a text from the 530. Can we please move off of Wiggins? We never even talked about Wiggins. Can we please move off of Wiggins? The guy is not the player he was anymore. That was obviously not the norm. I don't know that we need him to be 2022 Andrew Wiggins.
No, I mean,
right? Was Aaron Gordon an all-star this season? No.
It's never been.
Okay. Andrew Wiggins was an all-star in 2022. He might not ever be an all-star again, but I think it's a conversation. And 916-339-1140, who can be the Kings' Aaron Gordon? It's that simple. Who can be the Kings' Aaron Gordon? Fine, you don't want Wiggins. Fine, you don't want Jeremy Grant. Who is it? Is it Keegan Murray, like Carmichael Dave says? How long are we going to wait for that? I'm not saying to move off of Keegan, but this team, as presently constructed, as of right now, as of 10:41, as I'm over our break time, needs somebody like that now. They are in a win now mode. So who is that name? Doesn't have to be Andrew Wiggins. Just tell me who it is. We continue to look for the Kings' Aaron Gordon and discuss what happened in Beantown when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
You found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit KHTK.com. Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something? Boat wins! Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing? Boat wins! Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing? Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat. Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
What would it take for a plumbing company to earn your trust? Jerry and Kenny here from Bell Brothers. And let's face it, plumbing and service companies don't always have the best reputation.
So to earn your trust, the first thing they'd have to do is actually answer the phone when you call with a real live person. Then they'd have to send a plumber when you needed them, day or night, without charging extra for emergency services.
A trustworthy plumber would show up on time, wearing a clean uniform and name badge, and be able to show that they had passed a background check and drug test.
A plumber you could trust would give you a firm quote on the job before starting and clean up after they finish the job.
That's exactly the plumber you'll get when you call Bell Brothers. A plumber you can trust. Call Bell Brothers right now for all your plumbing needs. Our number is 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
On Sacktown Sports.
We might have the text of the day already. This is what I'm talking about. Now, I've talked about this guy before. I've gushed over this guy before. I've tried to get him to the Kings in a couple different deals. If the Lakers want DeMar DeRozan, we're not sure. But this is the vision that I'm talking about from the 916 as we are looking for the Kings, the next Aaron Gordon, right? A guy who can just bring his lunch pail in every single day, doesn't complain, knows his role. And this guy is 26 years old, making $17 million this year and next year, and make 18 the next year, but it'll be 27 at that point. I don't know how the Kings could get him unless the Lakers are interested in a DeMar DeRozan or somebody like that. But as I opened up the text line and the phone lines to say, who is that next Aaron Gordon? 916 says, how about Rui Hachimura? That's a great, and I mean a great shout. Outstanding contract. There are times when he goes cold from three, but I think that's because he's being misused a little bit on the offensive end. The Lakers, he gets a lot of grenades, honestly, in Los Angeles. It's not working. Austin Reeves can't get by somebody. Luka is huffing and puffing, trying to cross half court. LeBron is taking a rest, and they just throw it to Hachimura with 4 seconds left on the shot clock. That's it, Kyle. And you know I've loved Rui for a while.
1 year, $18 million contract. So if it works,
that's right. He just got paid 17. So next season, 18.2. Then he's unrestricted.
Yep. 1 year, try it, and if not, then we blow this thing up at the end of next season.
Oh, I'm just trying to figure out how the Kings. It would have to be DeRozan, and the Lakers give Rui and somebody, I don't know, Gabe Vincent or somebody. Gabe Vincent might be making too much money.
Yeah, it might be even less than that. I'm sure there's like trade exceptions that'll make it work, and the Kings love to stay under that luxury tax. But
so I love that 916. That's the text of the day. And I've always liked Rui, but I couldn't put my finger on why. But now I know why, thanks to the 916. He will be the Kings' Aaron Gordon. He will.
Would it feel like a disappointment if they only, because again, we know the DeRozan thing connected to Los Angeles. I don't know if the Lakers would want to do it, but would it feel like a little bit of a disappointment if all they got for DeRozan was Rui on a 1 year deal? And
the 1 year deal is yes. I think DeRozan for Rui being, he just turned 26. No, I don't think that's a disappointment. Rui on a 1 year deal is the issue. To be fair, I mean, DeRozan's got two more years, but
yeah, and one of them is
give me Rui and a second rounder, and then the Lakers probably think no, I don't have to. We know you want to move. We know DeRozan that's the other thing. Once these conversations happen, the leverage is going to change a little bit, and if it gets out that DeRozan wants out, then that might be a bit of an issue. I'm just looking. Look, man, just give me Dalton. Give me Rui and Dalton for DeRozan and a DeRozan and a second. There's no way they do.
No, I don't think they're going to. It's also weird because the Lakers...
Shake Milton?
So the Lakers are a tax team, so they would have to take less. I figured it out. It would have to be Maxi Kleber.
Okay. All right, yeah.
1 year, $11 million. They can buy him out if they want.
What's up with all these 1 year deals they have?
Well, we might talk about it later when Bill Simmons brought up how many 1 year deals they have, but they all align with LeBron.
Yeah.
They all align
They're just not going to have a team when LeBron retires.
Oh, it's not even that they might not have a team. What because now they've changed it to where it not only aligns with LeBron, it aligns with Luka hitting free agency. So they might have nobody at the end of. They might end up with Jamal Murray at the end of 2026.
DB Cooper on the SAC chat says, "What's the infatuation with Gordon? This seems like recency bias. We have Keegan, who is our version. We need Sabonis to play big all the time, like Joker, and we need a better system." Yeah, so that's what Dave had said. Aaron Gordon could be Keegan. Keegan could be Aaron Gordon, right? I think what's interesting is Aaron Gordon, if you told the Magic, and that's why Aaron Gordon is who he is on team number 2. Because if you told the Magic when they drafted Aaron Gordon number 4 overall that this is who he'd become, I don't know that the Magic would be thrilled. They traded him because they thought that he was going to be a dude. The game kind of changed while Aaron Gordon, or it was in the process of changing while Aaron Gordon got drafted, this hyper-athletic Blake Griffin-esque guy. They made one or two playoff runs with Aaron Gordon, and they end up moving off of him, and he revamped his game. So it took him a while, and he's on team number 2. Going into the season, this is what's funny. If we said that Keegan Murray is going to be Aaron Gordon, I would probably guess, if we took a poll, and maybe it's a little different now because of, like DB says, the recency bias. But if we took a poll at the beginning of the season, right? Aaron Gordon is still a champion. He's still getting paid, upwards close to $30 million. And we said Keegan Murray is going to be Aaron Gordon. That's his ceiling. That's who he's going to be. Was that a success or not? Was that a successful pick? I am willing to bet that 60% of Kings fans would probably say it was not a success. I think that Keegan, the way he started out that rookie year, people wanted more. What's funny also about saying that is that right now Keegan is not as good as Aaron Gordon. So we're in this weird in-between where when DB Cooper on the SAC chat says Keegan is our Aaron Gordon, my first thought is Keegan is not as good as Aaron Gordon. And then if the second thought is Keegan could get to Aaron Gordon, then the question becomes, is that still a quote-unquote hit? I think the argument is yes, but when you draft somebody in the top 5, you're hoping that they'll at least scrap up one all-star. But success is not linear. So when DB says something like that, I don't know that the Kings have time to wait for Keegan to be that, and I don't know that Keegan is that.
All right, let's play a little game real quick. So since Aaron Gordon was picked number 4 in 2014, and maybe this will give us a gauge on what to expect. Here are all the number 4 picks from Aaron Gordon onward.
Okay.
So you have Kristaps Porzingis, all-star.
Yeah. And now can't stay on the court.
Non-COVID illnesses all over, not beating the allegations. Dragan Bender.
Oh, Lord.
Josh,
where is he? Never mind.
Josh Jackson.
Oh, good Lord. Where did he go?
He was in Sacramento a couple years ago. Jaren Jackson Jr.
Hit.
DeAndre Hunter.
Hit. That's my guy. Maybe the Cavs. Can we get DeAndre? Okay, continue.
If Keegan Murray were DeAndre Hunter, never mind.
Actually, that's a great. Go ahead.
Patrick Williams.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. Scotty Barnes.
Hit.
All-star. Keegan, Amen Thompson, Stephon Castle.
Wow. That's more hits than... So that's interesting. We don't know what Amen is going to be. We don't know what I'm seeing with these 4th overall picks is that they start out hot. We just don't know what happens next. You got Amen Thompson, who everybody is gushing over him. You have Stephon Castle, who's rookie of the year and untouchable, even in a Giannis deal. He's also untouchable if you could trade for 96 Michael Jordan. The Spurs just are not trading off of him. Then you just have absolute misses or guys that are red hot to start, and we'll see what ends up happening. But more hits than misses specifically in that number 4 spot. And if you look at the ceilings of all these number 4s that are hits, I don't know where Keegan falls. I feel like Keegan is not at the top of that list as far as ceilings. I would say Jaren Jackson, higher ceiling. Amen Thompson, higher ceiling. Stephon Castle, higher ceiling. All the hits. Obviously, the Dragon Benders, no. But out of the hits, Keegan is closer, honestly, to an Aaron Gordon than the other guys.
Closer to a DeAndre Hunter than...
Yeah, and he's already been traded.
Yeah. I mean,
should have been to the Kings.
And those players are interesting because, like, Porzingis, his career is kind of defined at this point.
I don't know what to do with. Yeah, Porzingis is the one I don't know what to do with him.
So I just think it's interesting, the recent examples. It's like you've got 4 All-Stars, 4 pretty decent NBA players, and then Keegan Murray, where we don't really know exactly what to do with him yet.
Yeah, so we are on the lookout for that glue guy. Doesn't have to be the word Aaron Gordon, but on the lookout for that glue guy. Well, the A's are starting to glue it all together as they won again last night against the Seattle Mariners. Senor Segway strikes again. Eric Martin, third base coach for the Athletics, joins us on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code DRIVER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code DRIVER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code DRIVER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Have you ever dreamed of shopping for the perfect jewelry from home? Well, now it's possible, and you can even build your credit. PrestigiOJewelers.com now offers online shopping, making us the premium credit jeweler nationwide. With an exceptional selection of fine jewelry, from engagement rings and gold chains to sparkling diamond earrings and much more. With over 30 years of experience, Prestigio guarantees you'll find exactly what you're looking for. It's fast and easy. Once approved, you'll receive a guaranteed credit line from $400 to $10,000. All you need is to be 18 years or older, have a valid form of ID, be employed for a minimum of 6 months, and a bank account for automatic payments. PrestigioJewelers.com is the perfect way to establish or reestablish your credit, with interest rates at only 2.25% per month. We are here to help you with monthly reporting to all major credit bureaus. The perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. Visit us online at PrestigioJewelers.com or at one of our locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno. Enter code SACTOWNSPORTS at checkout to save 10%.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half, and if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me, and now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at theaeway.com or an instant quote, or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Get ready for Monster Truck Madness, featuring Rockstar, California Kid, Identity Theft, Spitfire, Reverse, Titan, and Monster Truck Rides. Saturday, May 10th with 2 back-to-back shows at the San Joaquin County Fairgrounds. Shows at 3 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Grab your tickets now. StuckInDirtTrack.com.
KHTK-HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league.
On the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
15 minutes away from our Kings trade candidate of the day. This is one that a lot of people are going to like and a lot of people are going to hate. But right now, Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics, joins us. Coach, how you doing?
I'm well. It's good to see you, Alan. Doing good.
Good to see you too, Coach. Let's start here. Outstanding game last night of the walk-off fashion. Jacob Wilson, who right now, I was just telling everybody, I was looking at the Rookie of the Year odds, and I know it's still a bit early, but we're getting close to, the 25% range of the season already. Jacob Wilson, the Rookie of the Year front runner, another walk-off last night. Is he even exceeding your expectations and the coaching staff's expectations? We knew this kid would be good, and I wanted to see him last season when he got pulled up. He had that injury, but just talk about what he is doing and kind of bringing back that bat-to-ball baseball. The dude never strikes out. He doesn't really like to walk either. He's just going to put the ball in play and make good things happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible watching him, what he's doing. As far as expectations, he came as advertised. I mean, he rushed through the minor leagues hitting 400. So, I mean, that has to say something. But would it translate here? I mean, I thought there would be some adjustments. But you know what? This kid can hit, man. I mean, we look at each other every single day, and we're like, look at each other as coaching staff. We're like, wow, this kid gets it. He knows what to do. He's big in situations. He's obviously clutch. He knows the situations and what he needs to do and accomplish, and he doesn't try to do too much, So, I mean, he's the guy right now when you have a situation and you need a big run or a big hit. He's the one right now that's carrying us through these games right now. So it's fun to watch.
Talking to Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics. Coach, I'm just looking at this list, man, and it's crazy. We just talked about Jacob Wilson. Nick Kurtz just came up. And, oh, by the way, there's not a battle, but that moves Tyler Soderstrom, who's also very young. Zach Geloff is on the way back. He flew up to the big leagues as well. I know we might not both be objective here, but couldn't you make the argument that the A's, especially from a hitting perspective, the A's or position player perspective, couldn't you make the argument that the A's could have the best collection of young talent, not just in the AL West, not just in the American League, but in Major League Baseball? All these dudes are under 25, 24 years old playing at a high level in Major League Baseball right now.
Yeah, it's a special group of kids, you know what I mean? Bringing Geloff up and Soderstrom up, and now you have Kurtz and Wilson, and it's pretty fun to watch. You look at what the Orioles did with their young group that they have, and other teams have done that, and now it's our turn and seeing our guys come up and playing together. I think it was an important part to be able to get those guys up here all together, playing together, getting used to, they're taking their lumps together, but learning also how to win together. So there's a lot to be said about that, having a group that's going to come up and play together for a while that you have labeled as part of your future and your core group. So it's good to watch those guys. You throw in Lang there. I mean, we can't forget about Lawrence Butler. He's not very old either. And, we had Muncy up earlier in the year. So, I mean, it's an exciting group to be proud of and to watch grow for sure. Talking
to Coach Eric Martins, third base coach of the Athletics. So, Coach, one game, you talk about winning together, one game back of the AL West, you can be in first place by the time you're done with the Mariners. Again, great win last night. You have that series kind of rocking and rolling. And, we talked about this a little bit before these coaches shows even kicked off, just how expectations could change. And I always say that exceeding expectations is a lot different than meeting them. I would say that the A's and what they're doing right now, you had a little taste of this last season when the A's got really hot. I believe it was in June. But as you continue to win, right, and those expectations change and people start talking, MLB Network starts talking about what's going on out there in Sacramento, ESPN starts talking about the A's. How, as a team, do you prepare for that change and make sure that you don't get too caught up in the fact that, oh yeah, they're recognizing what we were doing when the lights were off, now that the lights are on. How do you prepare your team for what's coming if you continue on this stretch of success?
Well, the message doesn't change. It's the process. We had expectations coming in, and these guys knew it too. They saw what we can do last year when everything's kicking and all cylinders are going, and nothing's changed in that clubhouse. You know what I mean? These guys expect to win every night they go out. And if we're going to lose, the other team is going to have to beat us, and that's what's changed. Is the years previous, not including last year. Maybe talent-wise, we're ready, or we were too young and we were kind of kicking ourselves in the butt a little bit and losing some of these games. But now we expect to win. And if a team's going to beat us, they're going to have to beat us. And so we expect to go out there and, Seattle's obviously a good test. Texas was a good test on the road. But these guys know that we're pretty good, and they're starting to see the transition of the A's. We're doing it on our own. We're doing it in little old Sacramento. We don't have the, big old market, and no one's really paying attention to us until we start beating some of these teams. Then they will. And when they ask us, we'll just be like, we've expected this the whole time.
Talking to Coach Eric Martin. So, Coach, I know we've kind of joked about when you play lesser teams and tougher teams, and you're always going to say the right thing. You do have some tough games coming up. Right now, you're dealing with the first place Mariners. This weekend, Mother's Day weekend, the Yankees come to town. Everybody's been waiting for that matchup and for the Yankees to come out to Sacramento. After that, you got to go to L.A., take on the Dodgers, and then after that, you head back up north to the Bay Area to take on the Giants, and I'd still consider that a rivalry as well. How do you get the team ready for a stretch like that? I know you've discussed that obviously the message doesn't change, but this is a real opportunity for the A's to show the baseball world and the sports world who in the heck they are.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's why it was important for us to take care of the teams that we needed to.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll always stress it. Any team could beat any other team on any given day. You saw what the White Sox did with Houston this weekend. They beat them 2 out of 3. So, I mean, we went out and played, right? And we went out and we're still not really clicking on all cylinders. We're finding ways to win. Our pitching's been outstanding. Our defense has been pretty good. We're getting clutch hits from guys like Urias, and, Wilson is doing what he's doing, and other guys just contributing right now. But we're setting ourselves up for this week. We know what's ahead of us, and we know how tough this schedule is ahead of us. And it is an opportunity for us to make a mark in the league. And our guys are fully prepared and ready to do that. And so, after these 2 weeks, we can sit back and look and be like, wow, we played some really good baseball. Whether we win half the games, we win most of those games. As long as we play good baseball, we set ourselves up for the season.
Coach, we were talking about how there's a lot of good young talent, but even the vets on this team, they can swing the bat. And there's some lineups that it's going to be the same thing. It's the same 9 guys, maybe the DH changes, something like that. But on a very competitive team like this, not just against other teams, but internally, how does that help keep everybody on their toes? The saying, iron sharpens iron. I look at a guy, former Yankee, by the way, Miguel Andujar, who kind of bounced around. He was supposed to be a guy with the Yankees, and he's been red hot. You look up, he's playing third base, and he's hitting cleanup for the red hot A's. Does that keep everybody kind of on their toes? Because, hey, there's somebody in this lineup that can hit. So if I'm not doing it, we're a team, but if I'm not doing it, there's going to be somebody right behind me. So that iron definitely sharpens iron.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, that's the good thing about having some good depth, right? And we brought in a couple good veterans in Urias and Urshela to kind of stabilize certain things. Andujar can hit, you know what I mean? Yeah. With the promotion to Kurtz, it kind of pushed Soderstrom out to left field. And we're given an opportunity to see what Andujar could do at third base. So it's been a lot of work to get him out there, to get him back to being comfortable. But it's not like he's never played there before. He finished second in the American League and the Rookie of the Year playing third base. So it's not that he can't do it. It's just about getting him back out there. But yeah, I mean, it just shows the depth of our team. And we've got a guy named Seth Brown on the bench who has been a staple in our lineup over the last couple of years that comes in and pitch hits. And Schumann has done a great job coming in late and getting some big hits himself and playing some good defense late in games. So did I lose you? Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Oh no, you're good, Coach. We're gonna let you go, and great stuff because you were cutting out a little bit. But last thing, do you have a basketball team, and is that team still playing? I never got to ask you.
I think you know the answer, Ryan. I think you're just throwing a little subtle jab in there. You know, growing up from LA and being a Lakers fan, I get it. It's all right. I think you knew. I think you knew. Is that why you wore purple today?
No,
okay.
no. I truly didn't know. Look. We'll see what happens next season. Y'all got Luka. Y'all be okay. Don't worry about it, Coach. Look, let's just take care of the Mariners. That's your main focus. Don't worry about those guys, that yellow and that purple. We don't got to worry about that till next season. Great stuff, Coach. Good luck the rest of this week with the Mariners. Good luck this weekend. Huge weekend. I think it's going to be a really good opportunity for Sacramento to show up and show out as the A's take on the Yankees. We'll talk to you next week, Coach. Great stuff.
Appreciate you, Alan. Talk soon.
Outstanding conversation as always with Coach Eric Martin, third base coach for the A's. What I was going to ask him was the Athletics have the best road record in the American League at 13-7. What has been kind of working for them? And, those guys, hitting travels, right? I know they normally say pitching travels, but hitting travels too. And they have just a plethora of hitters on that team. And that's why if you do cool off, somebody is waiting, right? Somebody is waiting at any point in time. I'm just looking here, like I said, Lawrence Butler, Brant Rooker, Tyler Soderstrom, Miguel Andujar, Max Schumann, Seth Brown, Gio Urshela, Shea Langeliers, JJ Bleday is now, hitting lower in the lineup. You got Jacob Wilson and Nick Kurtz, the young bucks kind of bringing up the rear. So it's just a lot of great opportunities out there for the A's. And I think this week could be a huge week. And like I said, I'm not hating on anybody that wants to start paying more attention to the A's as they start winning games, right? That you're allowed to do that. It's a 162 game season. If the A's start to get hot and you want to pay attention a little bit more because they're in their backyard, I don't blame you. I don't care. I do not care about fair weather fans, front running fans. I do not police fandom. They keep winning and you start, hey, I'm going to go to the game because the A's are in the wild card right now. Yeah, of course. If they were bottom dwelling, you might not pay as much attention. So as the A's keep winning, I think interest in Sacramento will just continue to grow, and I hope both things happen. When we return, the trade candidate of the day. Somebody on the text line guessed correctly the trade candidate of the day. One more time, here are the hints. He is a tall point guard. He is very young. He is already on a contract, a long-term contract, which could be seen as a very good contract if he stays healthy and he's in the Eastern Conference. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Insurance companies perform a very valuable service, but they want to keep their money. Although most cases settle before trial, it is paramount that the insurance companies know that if pressed, your legal team has the experience to take your case all the way. For 25 years, Ashton & Price has earned the reputation that if the insurance company isn't fair, we're ready to force them to be fair. My mom used to warn me, wait till dad gets home. Think of us as dad. The best part, there's no fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Disturbed. Live. Oh, come on, get down with the 25th anniversary of the 5-time platinum album, The Sickness. 2 sets, 1 show, The Sickness in its entirety, and greatest hits with special guests, Daughtry, and Nothing More. Friday, May 9th, Golden One Center. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Disturbed. Live. Allen Stiles. Watch the show on YouTube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Thanks again to Coach Eric Martins. Be sure to get on out there. Look, if you don't want to deal with the Yankees prices this weekend, you got the Mariners in town tonight. And the A's coming off a walk-off last night. Kyle, you were in the building for the game last night.
I was until the 9th inning. Then I had to go home to prepare for this show.
Yeah. You missed the walk-off.
Yes, I did. But I also missed them striking out 3 times with the winning run on third.
I can't watch stuff like that.
Yeah.
I can't watch stuff like that. Great stuff from the A's as they get a W against the first place Mariners. And the Mariners, a team, they got Randy Arozarena. They got Julio Rodriguez. They're a team that they were supposed to figure it out, and they haven't quite figured it out yet. I've always joked that the Mariners are the West Coast Blue Jays. Just a team that is very young, and every year, they're hot, they're sexy, and then they don't do anything. So they're in first place right now. We'll see what ends up happening. And hopefully the A's can continue to win and continue to kind of just build that baseball culture out here in Sacramento. All right. It's time for our Kings trade candidate of the day. And I believe it was the 916. Their guess was LaMelo Ball. And they are correct. Today's trade candidate is LaMelo Ball. LaMelo Ball, the 2021 Rookie of the Year, goes about, 6'7", 6'8" point guard. One-time NBA All-Star in 5 years with the Hornets. Played in 105 games in the last 3 years. And a lot of people accuse him of being Mr. Empty Calories himself. But LaMelo Ball, again, they have him locked in already on that rookie extension. He made $35 million this season, $37 million next season, 37.9 at 24 years old. 25, he'll make 40. 26, he'll make 43. 27, he'll make 46. This kid is going to make a lot of money in his life. A lot of money. So you would have him locked down. That's not the issue. The issue is LaMelo's ability to stay on the court. As Kyle broke it down, 105 games in the last 3 years. And I believe when we look this up, that's less than Zion and maybe even less than Ja. I know it's less than Zion.
Yeah, I think it's less than both. We can look it up again, but I'm pretty sure he was fewer games than both Ja Morant and Zion Williamson.
And if you look at it, you can look at it in a different way, and this is just brutal stuff here. You have that first season, in 2020, 2021, he played 51 games. One season he played more than 52 games. The one season he played 75 games, the kid was an all-star. After that, it's just really, really sad stuff, if I'm being honest. 2022, 2023, and at some point they had to give him a contract because of what he does when he's healthy. In 2022, 2023, he played 36 games. In 2023, 2024, he played 22 games. In 2024, 2025, he played 47 games. So that is really, really scary. On the other hand, we've seen this happen before. I don't know. I remember, and I know Joel Embiid is a big man, so that's more allowed or more understood than a 6'7" point guard. But you look at the Hornets, they have a decent chance to get the first pick. Brandon Miller, who he was out with injuries, he was taking a leap before that happened. You might say, well, Allen, why would the Hornets want to move off of LaMelo? Well, he's owed a decent chunk of change. They're locked in with him. If they get Cooper Flagg, maybe they decide to pivot and just go with Brandon Miller. I don't know if there's a world where Brandon Miller and LaMelo and Cooper Flagg, or whoever they get, if it's Ace Bailey, all three of them hang out, because I do think that the Hornets have been so bad for so long. They're going to want to accelerate their process at some point. I mean, it's embarrassing out there what they're doing. So if it is LaMelo that they decide, because I believe they would get more back for LaMelo than a Brandon Miller, would you be interested? This is a really, really tough one. But in my opinion, if I was okay, and I wasn't on board with getting Ja, but if I'm on board with going after Zion at what? A couple years younger and a longer deal, so you have him locked up for a longer period of time. It's scary as hell, but I'd have to say yes to LaMelo. I'd have to.
Yeah, the Kings aren't really in a position to be picky on which one they go after, and getting a former all-star point guard from a really bad team is sometimes the formula for quote-unquote buying low. I'm not saying necessarily they would just give away LaMelo Ball for nothing, but it is a situation where they say, hey, I think we're going to go in Y direction instead of X direction. I think the other thing that changes it too is that the person now in charge in Charlotte is not the person who drafted LaMelo either, so there's not that emotional connection to him.
I mean, this is just an anemic amount of games played. It's just really, I mean, it's hard to believe.
Do you want me to make you feel less good about it also if I go through specifically what the injuries are?
Sure.
So this is his injury history over the last 3 years. Again, some of them are repeating, but I'm spacing them out based on when he returns. Ankle, shoulder, ankle, calf, wrist, ankle, illness, ankle, wrist, ankle.
This brother needs to talk to Steph Curry about getting those Megatron ankle braces. What in the hell, man?
Yeah, this guy has bad ankles, and it might be from wearing his dad's shoes. I don't know.
You know what? I saw something, and it was basically about how much the balls played outside, number one, and the weird shoe thing, because it is kind of crazy that him and Lonzo, LiAngelo, he's a rapper now, but LaMelo and Lonzo, neither of them can stay on the court with crazy injuries. I mean, it can't be random, right?
That's kind of my thought, is like, it's not a large enough sample size to know, but the fact that Lonzo had not just knee issues unlike anything we've ever seen before.
That cement court outside, and those, what were they called?
The big baller brands.
Oh my Lord.
Which is actually kind of sad. They got a lot of money stolen from them over that, but
well, they got it back.
Yeah, but LeVar didn't. LeVar lost $12 million.
Yeah.
Anyways, I would say, yeah, beggars can't be choosers at this point. And, we'll talk in the next segment about what the trade itself might look like. But I do really like LaMelo Ball's game. I don't think he's a high ceiling player, because at this point we would have seen it by now. Maybe Charlotte stunted his development a bit. I don't know, but this is a former Rookie of the Year who got MVP votes.
Hold on, Kyle. Hit the breaking news.
When it breaks,
we have it first.
It's Sacktown Sports breaking news.
This is from Sean Cunningham about 12 minutes ago. This is Sacramento-specific breaking news, I would say. In addition to Mike Woodson, so I guess that's done. In addition to Mike Woodson joining Doug Christie's staff, I've had multiple sources tell me that Bobby Jackson will indeed return to Sacramento as an assistant coach. So we're starting to fill this thing out. Mike Woodson sounds like that's a done deal, or it's really close. We can essentially say it's a done deal. And now, per Sean Cunningham of KCRA3, I've had multiple sources tell me that Bobby Jackson will indeed return to Sacramento as an assistant coach. Let's break that down.
Who? I don't know.
Let's break that down on the other side. Bobby Jackson, everyone called it. It was so obvious, right? Well, sounds like it's happening. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Visit SacktownSports.com and join the Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container, because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metalwoods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531, 808-2531 for more.
Sacramento's premier music festival, Country in the Park, is only a few weeks away with Bailey Zimmerman. Cole Wetzel. Plus Billy Currington, Nate Smith, Ernest, and more. Friday and Saturday, May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo. Dobiz pop-up stores, food trucks, line dancing, and more. Country in the Park, celebrating 25 years, May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Goldfield Trading Post, Java City, and Elemental Wine. Get tickets and more at CITPFest.com.
You drove the miles and your tires are done. Got to shop the best prices under the sun at Big O. Big O Tires.
Shop top brand tires with the lowest tire price guarantee and visit your locally owned Big O Tires. Now through May 26th, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Cooper, Nexen, Nitto, or Sumitomo brand tires with installation purchase. Installation required. Disposal fees and shop fees extra where permitted. See store for pricing. Eligibility may vary. Not valid with other offers.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
We have a couple names floating around. Now, I don't know if this stuff is 100% confirmed yet. I don't think so, because before the break, we played the breaking news sounder. Bobby Jackson sounds like he's headed back to Sacramento. And, you know, I thought I was going to be the next Bobby Jackson, by the way. Said it time and time again. Bobby Jackson headed back to Sacramento to join the coaching staff. He became an assistant coach for the Kings in 2013. New Kings coach Michael Malone announced that the coach would not be retained for the 2013-2014 season. In 2021, or after that in 2013, he was with the T-Wolves as a player development coach. In 2021, Jackson was named the head coach of the Stockton Kings. And in 2023, Jackson became an assistant coach for the Sixers. So he's been out there for a couple years now. And it is being reported by Sean Cunningham that it sounds like it's going to happen. This stuff isn't 1,000% confirmed yet. Carmichael Dave, 20 minutes ago, says, busy times for Scott Perry and Doug Christie on the coaching front. Amongst the names being considered / spoken to, Mike Woodson, Bobby Jackson, and Darius Sungala. And Sungala, he obviously played for the Kings from 03 to 05. His coaching career, he was in 2018, he became a quality assurance assistant in the video department for the Spurs. In 2019, Sungala was promoted to player development assistant. In 2020, Sungala was promoted to assistant coach. In 2024, he signed with Manisa Basket of Basketball Super Liga as an assistant coach. So
also would make a note that he played and coached for the team in Lithuania that Domantas Sabonis' father played for.
Okay, so based on what I'm seeing, obviously he played for the Kings, but he was not even an assistant coach in the NBA.
He was with the Spurs.
Well, yes, he was. Yes, he was a quality assurance assistant in the video department. Then he was promoted to player development coach.
Yeah, so a back second row of the bench guy.
Yes, and then in 2020 he was promoted to assistant coach, maybe close to the front of the bench, something like that.
Yeah,
so,
and then last year he was in Turkey as an assistant coach.
There you go. So neither of those guys, none of the three of them, it's 1,000% for certain yet, but it sounds like I don't know how often stuff like this gets reported and it gets dialed back unless, Bobby, we want you to be head coach somewhere. I just don't think that's going to happen.
It seems like this may be more of a Sabonis / Valanciunas.
He's the new Doug. Is he the new Doug?
I'm not saying he's the new Doug.
The new Doug.
I'm just saying that's where the connection comes from. He's won medals at Eurobaskets and Olympics with Lithuania, played for Arvydas Sabonis' club in Lithuania.
Yeah, I've heard enough. Do you think, I'm trying to figure out.
Sorry, played and coached for Arvydas Sabonis' club in Lithuania.
I'm trying to figure out who's going to be the offensive guy here. And maybe they haven't named them yet, but is it going to be Songaila? I feel like that'd be a bit of a jump, right?
My guess would be, since Bobby is, I think, the fourth guy on the bench right now in Philly, that if Mike's going to be number 2, Bobby's probably going to be 3 or 4. So maybe there's one more person in there.
Right. I don't think the offensive guy has been picked up yet because I don't think it's Woodson. I don't think.
Mike Woodson's never been known as an offense first guy.
I don't think it's going to be Woodson. I don't think it's going to be Bobby. So I don't think that they have their offensive guy yet.
Yeah, and maybe they don't name an official offensive coordinator. I don't know, but it just seems like they're talking to people, and these are the names who are interested in coming over to Sacramento, which Bobby makes sense. His bobblehead is literally in your camera shot right now. Woodson, we talked about him yesterday. That segment's on YouTube. And apology, that's Songaila, I think is how you say it.
Yeah.
It seems like there's a connection with the Beef Brothers potentially in the reason why he's coming over.
That's right. So the Beef Bros, and again, want to connect the dots here. This whole, I think the whole Domantas Sabonis clarity thing, I think it was legit. Don't get me wrong, but I think it was all a play to make sure. And Brendan Nunes was on these airwaves just last week talking about how he doesn't know if Domantas Sabonis is going to stay simply because Doug is the coach. Well, Doug is the coach. We know Domantas Sabonis was close with Doug when he was the assistant coach, and now they're bringing in Songaila, who has ties to the Lithuanian national team, who has coached and played for Domantas' dad, who obviously there's a connection there with Valanciunas as well. Domantas Sabonis is not going anywhere. Or at the very least, the Kings are doing their best to try to make him happy. How about that?
At least take his feedback potentially.
Which is what he asked.
Sure. He said long tenured players having a voice in some of the decision makings, which who knows? Maybe he's talking about Trey Lyles. I don't know.
Think I know he played for the Kings in 03, 05, and there's a little bit of overlap there with some of the other former Kings, but I don't think they just cooked this up on their own. I think Domantas Sabonis had a hand in this, which is fine. I'm saying that should be a good sign as far as Domantas Sabonis staying with the Kings.
Sure, and you know who you know in some of these cases. It's like, okay, they only have but so many connections, and maybe Domantas put in a recommendation for him to be the coach. Because just looking at his resume, it looks like his years coaching Arvydas' old club in Lithuania, they won the championship 3 years in a row. So there must be some sort of known commodity there. I just don't know exactly. I don't know exactly where the bench fills out, so it's hard to be like, they made this decision for this and that decision for that and how it all pieces together.
Can I say so? Can I say something respectfully? Because I'm looking at the reactions to what Dave had to say. Again, Carmichael Dave, about 30 minutes ago. Busy times for Scott Perry and Doug Christie on the coaching front. Amongst the names being considered spoken to, Mike Woodson, Bobby Jackson, Darius Songaila, and people are just saying, okay, is this a little, and these are Kings fans, are we doing a little much with every single, besides Mike Woodson, right? But every single, and Mike Woodson played for the Kings actually too, but
so did Darius Songaila.
Right, but I'm saying specifically the early 2000s Kings. Is there a line, and are we doing a little bit too much with is the whole coaching staff? Are you going to go get white chocolate next? are we doing a little bit too much with every coach being connected to the Kings in some way? I mean, look, they're trying to build a culture. If this is the culture they want to build, I will say this. Here's the argument. Nobody, and I can say this because I've moved to Sacramento, and I would probably say that my thoughts, I never had negative feelings on Sacramento because I never spent a lot of time out here, besides when I went to, I forget the name of that music festival that I went to, but I went to a couple music festivals out here. But you don't really understand Sacramento until you've been in Sacramento. And if you're trying to build a culture, maybe the culture they want is guys that understand Sacramento at their core. Bobby Jackson is an assistant coach who was on the rise. So I really don't have a problem with Bobby Jackson. If Darius Songaila, and again, this stuff hasn't necessarily been confirmed yet, but if Songaila is a Domantas Sabonis pick, right, with his connections to Lithuania and Sabonis' father, and which would then connect him to Valanciunas, okay, fine. I mean, he's the best player on your team. It is what it is. He said he wanted a voice. I don't think Songaila is going to be that high on the totem pole as far as where, his chair, if you will. And you have Mike Woodson, who is a former NBA guy and doesn't really fit that same mold because he played for the Kings, their first year when they were their first year in Sacramento. So he doesn't really count. That's not why they're bringing him. They're bringing him because he was an NBA head coach and his ties to Scott Perry. So I'll put it to you like this. One more. If they do one more, then I'll have that conversation. I'm not there yet. If they bring in one more, and I don't even know who the hell it would be, they bring in one more former King from anywhere in the early 2000s, we can have the conversation.
I would say part of it is who you know, right? Because we made the point of he has Lithuanian connections in it. Obviously he played with Doug and Bobby Jackson too. So, right, Doug knows who he knows, right? Outside of a few years, the best years of his career were played in Sacramento. He's only been an assistant coach in Sacramento, and he's lived here for the past 15 years. So unless the 2005 Orlando Magic are ripe with future head coaches, I don't think Doug has those relationships. Not that he doesn't know people, but where someone would say, hey, I'm going to come work for you and work on your staff type of relationship, which, it's just the perfect confluence of events. These are the people willing and able to come coach in Sacramento. And I don't know if they've built out an illustrious coaching staff or not yet, but at least we know it's people who have connections to Doug or Scott in some plainly obvious way.
Yeah, they got connections. UPS Chris says, next up, Brad Miller, 916-339-1140. How do you feel about Bobby Jackson possibly coming back to Sacramento? I think it's more than possibly, but and Darius Songaila as well. I think it's more than possibly, but it's not 1,000% official yet. I just imagine this, Kyle, to be some type of snake draft, right? Where Doug and Scott Perry are just sitting in a room, just both picking people that they know. Scott Perry got the first pick because he's GM. He says Mike Woodson. Then, in a snake draft, you get first pick, and then the second person gets the next two. So Doug says, okay, give me Darius and Bobby Jackson. So now next up is Scott Perry to pick the next assistant coach.
Looks like Tyrone Corbin's available. He played for the Kings in 2000.
Is he even a coach?
He was the interim coach of the Kings once upon a time. Back when that was the early Vivek days. Okay, he was the guy who replaced Michael Malone for 20 games.
That's right. St. Jean,
his son.
I told you I graduated. Honestly, there have been some off the record conversations had because I graduated with his son.
You've never mentioned that.
I mean, once or twice. Did I beat him in a game of what is it? King of the Mountain at a De La Salle camp? I'll never tell. But now he's the assistant coach, one of the assistant coaches. He actually, that picture or that clip that was going around of, I think it was Legend of Winning, saying Reggie Miller was a role player. During that clip, it's on the broadcast is JJ Redick and Greg St. Jean. They're talking for about it feels like 5 minutes, and Greg got plenty of screen time, so all my buddies were talking about it. But Greg St. Jean he's flown up the ranks now. But the problem is, Kyle, does that work because he's blood to Gary? Because he has no technically connection. I do believe he would have, lived in Sacramento as a young child?
Probably.
Would that count? Would that count for what they're doing?
I think if you hire the son, this is the thing with Adelman's kid, right? If you hire the son of a beloved Sacramento Kings head coach, yes, I think that probably counts as a connection. It's not like they're hiring the son of Okay,
I'm just checking.
Is Reggie Theus around somewhere?
I'm just checking. Somebody said bring Rick Adelman back. That's Raleigh from Rockland.
How old is Rick Adelman at this point? He's got to be 70.
Peg on the Sack Chat said, do we think the Nuggets will hold on to David Adelman? And somebody responded saying, I think if they beat the Thunder, I don't even think they need to beat the Thunder. David Adelman is not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere.
I would say you're probably right.
He's staying with the Nuggets. But, and here's the thing. Wouldn't you make the argument, even if they do go in a different direction, he's either second chair somewhere, or he's head coach.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was the second chair in Denver.
He's not, I don't think there's anywhere, unless he went to be the offensive guy, and I don't know what his bag is per se, if it's offense or defense. It's got to be offense because Nuggets don't play defense. But I don't know if there's a position. You're not going from being an interim head coach with the Nuggets to being first or second chair with the Kings, I don't think. I don't see that.
No, I don't think they would choose. I don't think he would choose to do that.
If they didn't go with Doug and there was a head coaching position available, that's a different conversation. But he's going to have his pick of the litter. But again, the Nuggets, if they had lost to the Clippers, I think things would have been more confusing. They've now won one series. They're up 1-0 in another series. If they beat the Thunder, of course he's not going anywhere. But I even think if it's a good series with the Thunder, he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, you think if he became available that Rick Carlisle wouldn't say, hey, second guy on my bench, thank you for your service. We're going to go with David Adelman at this point.
Exactly.
He's going to have a pick of his jobs.
916-339-1140. Give me more names. More names for the Sacramento Kings filling up the coaching staff. They can be jokes if you want, or serious names. Only caveat, they have to either be a former King player or have a blood relation to somebody from Sacramento, or have spent time living. Did they ever pay taxes in Sacramento, or did somebody that they are blood related to pay tax in Sacramento? That's the only way you can be on this coaching staff. Those are the only caveats. Give us some names. Also, Kevin Durant, that market might not be as hot as you think. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Water. It's more than just a word. It's morning routines, backyard memories, and everything in between. At Roseville Environmental Utilities, we're not just managing water, we're protecting it. Smart planning, conservation, innovation. We make every drop count for today and tomorrow. Let's keep the promise together. Find out how you can help at roseville.ca.us/water promise. Roseville Environmental Utilities. Water. It's not just a word. It's our promise.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
With Progressive, renters can save on protection for the things that make your place yours, even things that don't make sense to everyone.
People always wonder why I don't get rid of my guitar since I never play. But it's like, what if I actually end up taking lessons? Sure, I've had it for 8 years, but if I get rid of it, then what will my New Year's resolution be next January?
Exactly. So bundle your renters and auto and save with Progressive and protect the things that make sense to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimer.
Have you ever dreamed of shopping for the perfect jewelry from home? Well, now it's possible, and you can even build your credit. PrestigiOJewelers.com now offers online shopping, making us the premium credit jeweler nationwide. With an exceptional selection of fine jewelry from engagement rings and gold chains to sparkling diamond earrings and much more. With over 30 years of experience, Prestigio guarantees you'll find exactly what you're looking for. It's fast and easy. Once approved, you'll receive a guaranteed credit line from $400 to $10,000. All you need is to be 18 years or older, have a valid form of ID, be employed for a minimum of 6 months, and a bank account for automatic payments. PrestigioJewelers.com is the perfect way to establish or reestablish your credit with interest rates at only 2.25% per month. We are here to help you with monthly reporting to all major credit bureaus. The perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. Visit us online at PrestigioJewelers.com or at one of our locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno. Enter code SACTOWNSPORTS at checkout to save 10%.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
For 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Switch to Comcast Business Mobile and save hundreds a year on your wireless bill. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Restrictions apply. Comcast Business Internet required. Compares 2 unlimited intro lines and lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
Yeah, we have some names, and I don't know what's going on, funny enough, but the Timberwolves are that's the team that's grabbing all of these former Kings. Elston Turner is an assistant coach for the Timberwolves. Corliss Williamson is an assistant coach for the Timberwolves. Come on over. You have to do you got to take in those super secret movies where you got to get into the locked room so they prick your finger. That's how you get in to Golden One to be a coach. They got to prick your finger. If you have no Sacramento in your blood, you can't get in.
You know what's funny? Corliss Williamson was here in Sacramento and coached on multiple staffs with the Kings.
Bring him back. He's back.
He was Mike Malone and George Karl.
He's back. Somebody says Adrian Griffin. He and Doug played on the Mavericks in 2005. Sure. From the 559. Where's the 559? I've never seen that number before. Welcome to the show, 559. Central Valley, San Joaquin Valley, including cities like Fresno, Clovis, Visalia, and Hanford. Shout out to 559. 559 says Adrian Griffin. I like that.
Why?
Knows Doug. Wait, does that prick work? There's no Sacramento there, but there's Doug. There's Doug. Is that enough Sacramento?
I don't know.
I don't know.
That would just be how a normal coaching hire works is, I know you. we have a relationship.
We don't want that. There also has to be Sacramento involved.
There is no Sacramento connection. Also crazy, Adrian Griffin, I've joked for years and other people have, like, if you get fired as a coach, just like do Cliff Kingsbury and just go to Thailand and disappear. You've made money.
Yeah.
Adrian Griffin not coached at all since getting fired by the Bucks.
Hey, dust it off.
Got his cash and dipped.
Yeah, dust it off. As we are, if you're just now joining us, we were getting into the LaMelo Ball trade conversation where some fairly breaking news came out as the Kings. None of this stuff is necessarily on paper yet, but you have Sean Cunningham reporting Bobby Jackson is somebody that the Kings are targeting, and Carmichael Dave 45 minutes ago, busy time for Scott Perry and Doug Christie on the coaching front. Amongst the names being considered / spoken to, Mike Woodson, Bobby Jackson, and Darius Sangaila. And there are a lot of people that are happy about this. I see Chris the mom bringing up how much she wanted Bobby to come back. Absolutely thrilled and was hoping we'd get Bobby back to help with the defense. Yay. And as I brought up, I think Darius Sangaila was the name where we had some texts come in thinking, okay, what are we really doing here? That's where people started responding to Carmichael Dave. All right, man, this is getting a little much here. But again, ties to Lithuania, played and coached for and coached with Domantas Sabonis, his pops. Well, he played for
the club that he used to play for in Lithuania. So
then coached that club,
yes,
but not with
dad. Not with Sabonis's dad,
yes,
but the club that is in Sabonis's dad's hometown.
Yes,
if that makes sense. Played for the club where Sabonis's dad has his jersey retired.
There you go.
And coached and won championships.
They know he's going to be the new Doug. That's what I think. I think he's the new Doug. And they will be working out together. Sabonis needs a new summer coach. So I think that could be it. And now people are saying, all right.
He's already got property in Lithuania, so might as well.
Yeah.
Him and Valanciunas, knock them both out.
Somebody is responding to Dave saying, I think I'm over hiring the ex-Kings players for any position. Is that their only option at this point? That's what someone said. I don't think so. And then somebody is ripping ownership in response to that. I don't think it's their only option. I think they're trying to find people that they don't have to sell Sacramento on, if that makes any sense. I think they're trying to find people that they know we all have been in Sacramento before, or we have ties to Sacramento, and we all want Sacramento to succeed. You know, obviously, if other positions become available, they'll bounce around. But we talked about it like this. Bobby Jackson is probably going to be there for a couple years. Leandro Barbosa is probably going to continue to be there for a couple years. He's still young in the game. Mike Woodson, I don't think, is trying to necessarily jump back into the coaching carousel immediately. Darius Sangaila, this would be his best shout in the NBA since 2020 with the Spurs. So these are guys that you're trying to build a foundation. If you go get Jeff Van Gundy, he's leaving in a year if he does his job properly. It's the defensive coordinator thing with the Niners. You're either getting fired because you stink, or you're getting poached because you're coaching a really good defense. So maybe they're purposely looking for guys that they know they're going to be able to build for a couple years with, and those might not be the hottest names out there.
And also, what makes you think you have the gall to tell Jeff Van Gundy, who's in a really good situation with the Clippers, hey, come be with our first-time coach who the owner kind of allegedly mandated would be the head coach, and fix us. Go ahead. Like, I don't think many of those assistant coaches are in such good positions right now, especially when we talked about it before. This would have been the least desirable opening of any of the jobs had they opened it up to someone beyond Doug.
It's all about being on the same page and knowing what you're trying to get out of a situation. That could be with dating. That could be with a business relationship, any relationship. Jeff Van Gundy doesn't need to do anything on the Kings. Jeff Van Gundy is probably in the coaching carousel now. So he doesn't need to go back to Sacramento. None of these people or none of these coaches that the Kings are bringing in are the top names on the coaching carousel, so they can grow together. They're also on the same page as far as Sacramento is concerned. So to me, this makes sense. Does it seem a little bit overdone? Sure, maybe, but you're going to be fighting tooth and nail to get. We can remove Jeff Van Gundy, Taylor Jenkins, and the other part is too. Taylor Jenkins not going to be. Once you made the decision to go with Doug Christie, I think that altered how Scott Perry had to approach your assistant coaches, because you don't want to bring in somebody that is going to overrule Doug per se. This gets really sticky with these young coaches. And Doug doesn't have the same personality as a JJ Redick, where he's going to, scream at some reporter who is alluding to him not working with his assistant coach. That's not Doug's bag. At least it hasn't been. So this is about knowing personalities, knowing the situation, and trying to find what's going to make the most sense. Let's continue the conversation as we hit the 12 o'clock hour. Also, like I said, apparently Kevin Durant, that market might not be as hot as you think. Am I going to do it? Maybe I have to. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
The only place you'll find Malik Monk is Sacktown Sports.
Oh my, what an athletic move that time by Malik Monk.
Hey Sacramento, it's Malik Monk, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. Smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports injury update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Right-handed pitcher JT Ginn, out with that right elbow inflammation, started a throwing program last week, and his expected return is TBD. Zach Geloff, still out with that fractured right hand, began a rehab assignment with AAA Las Vegas last week, leading off at designated hitter and going 0 for 2 with the walk. His expected return is early May. This injury report was brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Have an injury? Call Downtown. Downtown LA Law Group, an injury law firm, has many happy clients in Sacramento and the surrounding areas who have called Downtown. Get paid for your injuries from slip and falls or auto accidents. One of their most recent settlements was $1.5 million for a motorcycle accident. Have you had an auto accident? Call Downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222 and visit them at calldowntown.com.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Look out, world, we're getting strong. The future's here and we belong. She can step, she can do more. Like build a rocket and watch it soar. Clean the oceans and make the world a better place. Oh, she can STEM, so can you. Find a cure, invent something new. There's no challenge in the world that she can't face. She can STEM.
Learn more at She Can STEM. A message brought to you by the Ad Council.
The PGA club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531 That's 808-2531.
There are so many benefits of working with the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento. Now, we chose them to get our new garage doors, and we're so thrilled that we did. They look absolutely amazing. Jason Ross here. And for us, well, we just flat out needed new garage doors. But maybe you do as well, or maybe it's just repairs to your existing doors. Well, the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento can help you with that. It is also a great time of year because this is when homes go on the market. So is yours ready? Well, one thing, don't forget about that garage door, because a new garage door can increase the value of your home. First off, with Curb Appeal, a new modern or stylish garage door can improve the overall appearance of your house. Also, the return on investment. It is one of the most cost-effective upgrades to increase your home value. You can see for yourself. Just visit the showroom off Franklin Boulevard and ask about the Sacktown Sports Special. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
KHDK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
From Chris the Mom, I'm not pro Bobby Jackson because he was a former King, but because I think he's a great coach. We can try all we want to get the best coaches out there, but you're not going to get a lot of them wanting to come to Sacramento, so let's just get the best coaches we can, and Bobby happens to be one of them. From Chris the Mom. Yeah, I would agree. I think in part you probably like Bobby because he was a former King, but I understand the point that that's not the only reason you like Bobby. He was with the 76ers. It's a completely different situation than Doug because Bobby, he showed his chops, right? He's been doing this. He was with Mike Malone. He wasn't retained. Bounces around, gets an opportunity with the Stockton team, and we know
won a summer league championship with the Kings.
Yeah, we know that Stockton team has been building for a while, then gets an opportunity with the Sixers, who have no connection with the Kings. He got that on his own merit, and now gets an opportunity to come back to the Kings. So obviously Bobby Jackson has done some things in this league as a coach. So, that's an opportunity for him. Darius Songaila, as we mentioned, that's probably the one that's more of a Domantas Sabonis pick. And again, this stuff isn't all confirmed yet, but he spent some time with the Spurs, got all the way up to an assistant coach title in 2020, and then went back overseas. So he gets an opportunity. And Mike Woodson, we know that he's been around for a very long time. So kind of how we ended the last segment, once you decide to go with Doug, you have to be very, I guess for lack of a better term, careful with who you build, how you build your coaching staff. And I think that's what they're doing. I've joked that it was a snake draft and Scott Perry takes Mike Woodson. So Doug gets the next two picks. So he takes two of his guys. So next up would be a Scott Perry pick. So we'll see what gets revealed and whether or not we even get confirmation on this stuff. The way Sean Cunningham talked about Mike Woodson basically sounded like Mike Woodson was done. And somebody asked, are you saying that, is that for sure? So we're still waiting for some things to get finalized, but I can't see a lot of, because of who they're going with, I can't see a lot of this stuff getting turned back. It's not like they're battling, David Adelman is picking between the Nuggets and the Kings. It's not a situation like that. A lot of these guys, they've already kind of sounds like they've made their decisions and it's just a matter of paperwork.
Yeah, once I saw Sam Amick talking about Mike Woodson, that's when I was like, okay, this is probably going to happen. The other one that we haven't really mentioned a bunch is that Leandro Barbosa is still going to be part of the staff also. So if you're, again, these names aren't finalized, but if you're
doing
building
the math,
if you're building it out, it's like you've got
Barbosa,
Woodson, Bobby Jackson, either 3 or 4 on the bench. Just
Songaila as well.
Songaila wherever he's on the bench, and then Barbosa wherever he ends up.
And you go to the site that I was on last week, the National Coaching Association. teams don't all have the same amount of assistant coaches. Those lists can vary. Obviously, the first row, all of those are pretty much the same. So if you're looking at that first row, it feels like the first row is, wouldn't you say, pretty close, maybe a one or two people away from being filled out. You don't keep Barbosa, and I believe Barbosa might have moved to the first row after Luke Laux moved on. I think Barbosa might have been in the first row or damn near this season. So if you're looking at the first row, you already have 4 spots. There's definitely not more than 1 or 2 more for that first row of coaching staff, which I think is what they're filling out now.
Yeah, I would guess most of these names we're talking about would be front of the bench kinds of people. We'll see. I mean, I'm guessing the back of the bench guys are going to be a lot of people that you've never heard of before. Maybe connections to Sacramento, but I would imagine that it's kind of up in the air on who those people are going to be. Maybe it's going to be the Jimmy Alapags and Jim Morans and people that we haven't heard of, but are people who are in the lower ranks of video rooms and player development and everything else, who are starting to make their name as, assistant coaches themselves. Those are usually the people who occupy the back ends of benches.
Joe from the 530 says, Allen, why is it when you talk about head coaching jobs in the NBA, you say there are only so many of these jobs and someone will take it? But when you talk about assistant coaching jobs, you say the team has to sell the coach on the city. There are only so many assistant coaches in the NBA. Joe from the 530. Well, there's only one there. You're right. There are only so many assistant coach jobs, but there's only 30 head coaching jobs. So that's different. Bobby Jackson, I don't believe, was let go from the Sixers. Bobby Jackson is choosing to leave the Sixers as far as we know. It didn't come out that Bobby Jackson wasn't retained, and some of that stuff won't come out about assistant coaches, but it feels like Bobby Jackson, these promotions don't always get announced, but it sounds like the unspoken rule in the NBA is if you have an opportunity to be a better chair than where you currently are, you can leave. So the idea that there are only so many jobs, I think there are also so many other applicants for assistant coaches. You got the up-and-comers. You got the random hot starters. You got the former coaches. You got the former players. So I think for me, it's a much bigger pool than the coaches. So a coach is going to take, if I'm Mike Brown and the Suns are available and nobody else is available and I want to continue coaching the NBA, I'm taking that job. If I'm an assistant coach and I'm on a coaching staff, I could stay in Philly. I don't have to leave to go to Sacramento. These are also promotions in a way too. So I just think that you don't have as much leverage as a head coach because this is, and it's different money too. Let's just keep it 1,000. You're an assistant coach. You have other options. We just named off 2 guys that most of us probably had no clue were on the Minnesota Timberwolves coaching staff. Assistant coach is a much broader term than head coach. So I think that you do have to kind of sell them because I can go be an assistant coach somewhere else. I think the whole thing of it is whether or not you're getting promoted. And Bobby Jackson is getting, all these guys coming to Sacramento is getting a promotion. That doesn't mean that they still think it's worth it. Maybe they're making it worth it. I don't know. Bobby Jackson, I don't know what chair he was with the Sixers. I know he's going to be a better chair now. Barbosa, I don't know how many people were necessarily checking for Barbosa throughout the league as an assistant coach. Assistant coaches are just, it's tougher to read and to say point blank, there's only so many, so be grateful that you have a job. I just think that there are way more options for the applicants out there, whether you're former coaches, former players, whoever, versus head coaches. You are either in that cycle or you are not in that cycle.
Or you're asking someone to take a lesser position to come to Sacramento, right? If it comes with a promotion, look at Jordi Fernandez, right? Mm-hmm. Jordi Fernandez was Jokic's personal coach and an assistant in Denver for like 8 years and was instrumental in Jokic's development and left Denver to come to Sacramento. probably with Michael Malone saying, don't go there.
Right.
He chose for the promotion to be the associate head coach in Sacramento because it was a step on the path to his ultimate goal of becoming an NBA head coach. And Jordi Fernandez was good enough as an assistant coach. Hence, when he was the offensive coordinator of the Kings, they had the number one offense in the history of the NBA.
Yeah.
He was good enough to merit one of those 30 jobs. Not every coach is going to be that, but a coach would take the risk if it came with an opportunity to get closer to their goals.
And again, it depends on where you are at. The reason it's harder, Joe, is because assistant coaches are either on their way up, on their way down. They were coming down. Now they're going back up. So it's not all the same. Head coaches, we know what it is. There's only 30. Jeff Van Gundy is somebody that you would have to sell Sacramento on because Jeff Van Gundy can do whatever he wants. Leandro Barbosa is not somebody that you have to sell Sacramento on because he's really only worked within Sacramento, that coaching staff, and he's got the most experience in Sacramento. So a lot of people aren't clamoring for Barbosa the way they're going to clamor for Jeff Van Gundy. So that's why discussing assistant coaches is completely different than head coaches.
Well, and for the Bobby Jackson specific point, even if we don't know which chair he's going to be, even if it's the same one he is in Philadelphia, Philadelphia's coaching staff is unstable right now. Mm-hmm. We thought they might get fired at the end of last year. And two, I think Bobby, if you know anything about him, kind of wants to be here.
Yes.
Like he left because of the opportunity, but he's been in Sacramento for years. His entire coaching career outside of Philadelphia was in Sacramento. I think Bobby, it might be a lifestyle thing. It might be if I'm going to be in the same position, I, as someone with personal connections and lived in Sacramento for over a decade and, is a beloved figure in the organization whose bobblehead is in your camera shot right now. Mm-hmm. Like, I would like to choose Sacramento over Philadelphia because of my personal connection.
Right. So it's a combination of things. It's just much harder. And yeah, and to that point, I can't put everybody in the box. I'm not saying you have to sell every assistant coach on Sacramento. I don't think you had to sell basically this whole staff on Sacramento because I don't think they were as sought after as certain, and I keep bringing up Jeff Van Gundy, but we'll see what happens with Taylor Jenkins. I don't know. Taylor Jenkins was a head coach, so I'm not sure that Taylor Jenkins would have been, you'd have to sell Taylor Jenkins to be an assistant coach in Sacramento because he could just not do anything, watch other coaches stink because somebody will stink next season.
Go call games for NBC.
Right, and then come back and not have to be in Sacramento. So assistant coaches in general, you can't paint them with the same brush that you can paint head coaches with, and that's kind of not the issue, but it just is what it is. Bobby Jackson coming back to Sacramento, you don't have to sell him on. Jeff Van Gundy, you probably have to sell him. David Adelman, if he does get let go from interim head coach for the Denver Nuggets, who are up 1-0 in the second round on the Oklahoma City Thunder, yeah, you'd have to sell that guy on being an assistant coach in Sacramento. It's just it really just depends on who you're talking to. I don't think anybody on this staff so far you had to sell Sacramento on, which is something I think. What did he say? What did Scott Perry say? And he was talking about the players, but I'm sure it goes for the coaches. I want volunteers, not prisoners. Hostages.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. Is like everyone's taking a risk because the job is pretty unstable. Like they could clear out the coaching staff after a year, but no one's taking a major career risk by jumping onto this band, at least of the 5 names that we've heard so far. Songaila, like we said, is coaching in Turkey right now and has some NBA coaching experience. Bobby Jackson is coming back to the place we think he wants to be. Barbosa, well-liked, already knows the players. And Mike Woodson, 67 years old, probably wasn't going to get a second chair NBA assistant job anywhere else.
No, not coming off of being the 10th in the Big Ten with Indiana. So, and he probably just, I don't remember this, NIL. I'm not trying to deal with this either. When we return, Kevin Durant, is his market as hot as everybody thinks? should the Kings be interested? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half, and if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me, and now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at theaeway.com or an instant quote, or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
The Rockets are cooked, and they've been connected to Giannis. They've been connected to Kevin Durant. But what does Kevin Durant want? We know that he's really big on player empowerment. We know that he has, one more deal left on his contract? And he is not a young buck at all. And we know that it is over in Phoenix, okay? Kevin Durant next season will be 37, and he will make $54.7 million. Now, look, yesterday we talked about James Harden. So I would be remiss if I did not bring up Kevin Durant, which obviously you would say, I think most people would be happier with Kevin Durant. Now, he does make way more, almost 20 million more than James Harden, or 15 more, something like that. I think it might be 20. And that's all fine and good, but I think more people Kevin Durant just got a better narrative behind him as well. And we're not necessarily going to go super deep as far as the Kings are concerned, but I do wonder if this thing starts looking a bit different and we're going back to the conversation of relationships. My theory has always been Kevin Durant is going to go to the Mavericks because we all know that he really likes Kyrie. They were best friends. We all found out when he left the Warriors to go make a startup in Brooklyn, which didn't work out. So why don't we just run it back and do it this time with Anthony Davis? It would be a very sad story for Klay Thompson, who might end up being thrown into Arizona. Great weather. Klay can golf out there. I don't know what he's going to do with his boat. And then he'd be stuck with Bradley Beal and Devin Booker. I don't know what the hell, but
they would be three guards just like the Kings.
That's right. So that's my theory. And I hope that Klay will be able to stay with the Mavericks. But my theory is that Kevin Durant links up. I don't know what it is with all these Texas teams, but my theory is that Kevin Durant links up with Dallas and saves Nico Harrison's job. But we'll see what happens there. This is what Jake Fisher had to say. He says, here's the quote, on the Rockets' interest in KD, more indications than not suggest that Houston's trade interest in Kevin Durant continues to be overstated. So Jake Fisher is saying, and I don't know if they'd rather have Giannis or what, but Jake Fisher is saying, yeah, everybody is throwing Kevin Durant on the Rockets, and I don't know that they necessarily want to do that. I mean, this interest in Kevin Durant, to me, could easily be overstated. You're talking about a guy who, again, is going to be 37, okay? He's making over $50 million, and I think the worst part of it is he's got 1 year left on his deal. Then he's an unrestricted free agent at 38.
Which is why he has the de facto no trade clause, because anyone who trades for him is going to want to extend him.
Exactly. And what are you extending him at, Kevin Durant, at 38?
Probably a 2-year, $90 million, something like that.
So the Rockets are now saying, and I don't know if they're trying to soften the market, but the Rockets are now saying, yeah, we don't know if we want to give up Tari Eason, Jabari Smith, whoever else in order to get 1 year of Kevin Durant. Is Kevin Durant going to come out and say he wants to play in Houston? I don't know. But it did make me think, as far as the Kings are concerned, if the market is softer than you think, and you have a situation, right, where the Suns are trying to just switch things up. I was doing this morning while Stephen A was yelling at me at 7 a.m., and I thought, Kyle, there are a couple ways you could go, right? You could go in the direction of the Suns finally say uncle. You go Keegan, DeMar, and a bunch of picks, whatever.
The money still wouldn't work.
No, you would still need, Malik. Or I think I had, and I didn't even want to say it on the air. I think it was Keegan, or it was Valanciunas, Malik, and DeRozan, I think would get it done, which your team now is very thin. And again, why would the Suns do that, right? I think it would.
Why would Kevin Durant want that?
Nobody would want anything. What would be interesting is if you know Kevin Durant wants out and it's a 1-year deal. I know that ownership, it's been reported, they really like Zach LaVine. I'm not saying that the Suns would do this, but you have a bit of pick flexibility, right? That's what Bobby Marks talked about. I did it, and I think it's because of who the money and what it's worth. Zach LaVine for Kevin Durant straight up works money-wise. It does work in Fanspo. So I thought in my mind, what if, is there a world where if you are the Kings, and yes, the sustainable platform of success, I get all that, but you have an opportunity. You get 1 year of Kevin Durant. It would be Kevin Durant, obviously, Domantas Sabonis. That helps that situation. You go get your Dennis Schroeder or whatever. You got Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray can learn from Kevin Durant. I don't know. Maybe you get that 2-year deal on the other side. You're the Suns. You've kind of said uncle at that point. You're still stuck with Bradley Beal anyway. And I know it's 3 shooting guards, but just hang with me. You get a pick for Zach LaVine. They're kind of in a situation like what the King. They need assets. So you take Zach LaVine and a protected first. Now you have Zach LaVine. Devin Booker goes back to point guard. Bradley Beal just exists, right? You play out 2 years. After that, you're off the hook, and you just kind of start from scratch. They probably wouldn't do it because I think that other people would give up more for Kevin Durant, but that's my point of this whole exercise. If the Kevin Durant market is softer than we think and the Kings want to overpay and see if they can convince Kevin Durant and take a big – this is just in that same big swing model. Would you be interested in it? Basically, do you care more about a 30-year-old Zach LaVine at 40-something million or a 37-year-old Kevin Durant at 57 million? I'd probably just take Kevin Durant and a protected first or protected first and a second. And that's, again, somebody's going to overpay for Kevin Durant. I'm saying if it doesn't happen.
So the fact that you had to take 2 minutes and 45 seconds to caveat
and throw in Devin Carter too if you have to.
The fact that you literally had to spend 2 minutes and now 58 seconds caveating all of this to then get to the Kevin Durant scenario.
Yeah.
Tells you all you need to know.
It
about
ain't happening, but
no.
When my ears did perk up a little bit, and somebody is saying, how does sustained winning have anything to do with these old dudes? Look, I'm just going to be honest with you. I think the sustained winning stuff sounds great, but what they're saying and the contracts that they have, does everybody realize that the sustained winning and the contracts that the Kings have don't actually add up?
Yes.
Correctly. So we can say no to James Harden. We can say no to Kevin Durant, but what they're saying and what they currently have is not matching.
Or at the very least, they're going to get a year. I shouldn't even say a year. They're going to get until the trade deadline to decide whether or not you can prove us wrong.
Yes.
Right? Just because it doesn't line up now, we'll give you 40 games to prove us wrong. And if not, then we're going with sustained winning as we see fit, whatever that means.
Right. Because when I see sustained winning, when I hear this is the first year and we're building a foundation, blah, 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 that to me sounds like we're going to blow it up. But they're not. They're not going to blow it up.
No, they're going to find sustained winning, whatever that means. Their hand might get forced next summer, too, where they have to blow it up.
Sustained winning to me with the contracts that they currently have sounds like we're praying for the 6th seed. They didn't say playoffs. They didn't say championship. They said sustained winning. That's winning. That's over 500. If you finish over 500 for the next 3 seasons, that's technically sustained winning.
Can I give you the Kevin Durant? I know you went with Dallas. Can I give you my Kevin Durant perfect scenario situation?
Okay.
Get a little sunshine, but not the Phoenix kind. We're going to get a little
Orlando.
Not quite. Little Andrew Wiggins.
Oh.
Duncan Robinson.
They have been connected.
Jovic. Maybe Jaime Jaquez.
Wow.
Big 3. Tyler Hero, Bam.
Wow.
See, that is a sustained winning 6 seed right there. Bam Adebayo, Tyler Hero, and Kevin Durant. That's what sustained winning as a 6 seed looks like.
That's a 4 seed in the East.
Not in the Tyrese Halliburton, Cade Cunningham era.
Right. Clippers are always a 5 seed, and the Pacers are always a 4 seed. That's what it is.
And the Heat are always in the play-in.
And then if you're the Suns, hey, Devin Booker, Tyler Hero, which is kind of the Spider-Man meme, but Devin Booker, Tyler Hero, just 2 Kentucky brethren. Who else? Jaime. I need Jaime. If I'm the Suns, I need Jaime.
So that would leave the Heat with those big 3, Khalil, and let's say they keep Khalil.
You're not getting Jovic and Jaime. So they're keeping one of them, the Heat are.
Okay, so 2 of the 3, let's say. Jovic, Jaime, and Khalil. 2 of the 3 got to go? Is that what we're saying? Or 1 of the 3?
Or picks.
Okay.
Yeah, or picks.
So, yeah, you get them. They still have Terry Rozier for now.
Okay, no. We're not doing Terry.
We don't have to dive deep in the weeds. But anyways, that's one where it's like, again, when KD was leaving Brooklyn, what were the 2 teams he said? Phoenix and Miami. Miami's in a position now to not just trade for KD, but give him that 2-year extension that he wants. And they've got a 3-year window with Bam and Tyler Hero and KD. And if a player better than Bam comes along, they can trade Giannis for Bam and do all that. Like, Miami makes sense. Sacramento is not in the position Miami is right now.
Howard Beck outlines the rumblings on Giannis's preferred trade destinations if he asks out of Milwaukee. Where's Sacramento on that list? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Visit SacktownSports.com and join the Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter.
Memorial Day is the unofficial beginning of summer and a time to reflect on the blessings we enjoy living in this country. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. At Naturewood's Memorial Day sale, you choose the offer. It's like 2 sales in 1. Take 10% off regular prices or get 24 months of no-interest financing with payments on approved credit. Then you can choose from living rooms, sofas, sectionals, dining rooms, bedrooms, home offices, and so much more. Whether you're looking to lighten the mood in your living room, brighten up your bedroom, or tighten up your home office, you can shop and save big on the best selection of quality furniture, including Sacramento's largest selection of furniture made in the USA. Shop the area's best selection of quality furniture at Naturewood Home Furnishings. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for that water wheel.
Are you thinking about buying a new car? Well, maybe you're on the fence. Let me help you out. Kyle Draper here from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the first time I stepped into the MP of Stockton showroom, I knew I made the right choice. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV. It's comfortable, stylish, and most importantly, it's safe. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. It's just a short drive down I-5 or anytime at MBFStockton.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands options if you qualify. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Sacramento's premier music festival, Country in the Park, is only a few weeks away with Bailey Zimmerman. Cole Wessel. Plus Billy Currington, Nate Smith, Ernest, and more. Friday and Saturday, May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo. Don't miss pop-up stores, food trucks, line dancing, and more. Country in the Park, celebrating 25 years, May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Goldfield Trading Post, Java City, and Elemental Wine. Get tickets and more at CITPFest.com.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. I just added in the 1 o'clock hour an emergency what are we doing? I saw this and I thought it was a joke. I thought it was a meme. And this also could be in style, out of style. Well, I'll decide. But basically, it's the shoe equivalent to buying jeans that look worn and have holes in them. I will explain in the 1 o'clock hour. But it's one of the crazier things that I've seen. And they'll probably get people to buy them. So that's coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. As we are looking at some of the big fish out there, sounds like the Rockets might not be as interested, or they're trying to fake people out, but the Rockets might not be as interested in Kevin Durant as it's being discussed. Maybe they know that Kevin Durant doesn't want to go to Houston. Maybe they know that the price might be too rich for their blood, whatever the case may be. Maybe they just don't want to pay somebody $50+ million at 36 years old and give up 2-3 prospects and picks to do that for a 1-year rental. That sounds like a good idea to not do that if you're the Rockets, because they do have, look, Tari Eason, they got 2 guys coming off the bench in Jabari Smith Jr. and Tari Eason, and they have a lot of options. They can go get a bucket getter, and it doesn't have to, I mean, they could get Trae Young if they want it, right? Turn down Fred VanVleet's option, go get Trae Young. It doesn't have to be Kevin Durant. Giannis and his preferred destinations, maybe Houston's on there. Let's hear from Howard Beck on where he's hearing that Giannis may want to go if he asks out of Milwaukee.
So some of this is going to depend on, one, does Giannis ask out? Because you're not going to proactively just trade him probably, right? It's the Damian Lillard conundrum where it's like, maybe we should have moved off of him sooner, but you can't trade Damian Lillard unless he has to be traded. Oh, he has to be traded. Cool. All right, well, now let's move. I think it's the same thing with Milwaukee. Does Giannis ask out? If he does he have a list? I poked around a little bit a few days ago, and the initial thing I got from one person was just like, some rumblings that it's already just the big cities. It's one of the LA teams or one of the New York teams, or maybe Miami, not big market but glamour market, mid-sized market. I think they threw Chicago in there. I can't remember if Houston came up. It should. So first is like, where does Giannis want to go, and do they honor that? Because again, back to Dame, you're not obligated to honor it. The second piece then is, so what does the bidding war look like?
I've never heard the term glamour market, but that's perfect for Miami.
Yeah, people don't realize this. Miami is actually a pretty small media market, relatively speaking. Like in terms of like the actual number of televisions that are actually watching the games, which is what people say with media markets. Miami is one of the smaller ones in the league, but because it's Miami, it always gets lumped in with all the big cities.
Is that the only glamour market that isn't a big market? Because New York, LA, those are glamour markets, but they're also big markets.
Depends how you feel about Phoenix. Because Phoenix is a big city.
What are we doing with the Bay? I never know what to do with the Bay.
I think we've never had a proper chance to experiment with that because Steph Curry's been around the whole time. If Steph retires, does the Bay become like a desirable destination for free agents and superstars.
The reason I ask is because I would argue that the Bay, I know the Bay Area is big. I don't, like you bring up the actual TV watching, because I think the Bay is a glamour market. I've always argued, prior to Steph being there, has it been considered a big market, right? But I do think it's a glamour market, whether, just what everything that the Bay brings. You have the peninsula with San Jose. So I do think it's a glamour market, but I don't know that the Bay is a big market or how it would be viewed.
Yeah, I think we don't know yet because the Warriors have been trashed for 40 years and then got Stephen Curry. I think we're going to find that out sooner or later. I mean, they got Kevin Durant to sign there, but they didn't get Kevin Durant to sign there because of the nightlife. And
none of that really matters. San Diego, no basketball team, but that's a perfect glamour market.
San Diego is one of the 10 largest cities in America.
It is not a big sports market, Kyle.
Well, no, because San Diego is cursed. The curse of having an amazing place to live is all of your sports heroes die and your teams leave the city. So it's not a fun place for sports.
I can't believe, and this is Howard Beck, doing some digging, and it's just the same 4 teams. The New Yorks, the LAs, and Miami, the 5. At least De'Aaron Fox didn't want to do that. He's not in Sacramento anymore, but he didn't say, I want to go to LA or Miami. Give me a break.
He went back to, people, not a lot of people, but people were making that point of like, how refreshing that a star player made a basketball decision in where they wanted to go and only for basketball, even though like, De'Aaron's from Houston and his wife is from San Antonio, and that's probably why they wanted to go to San Antonio.
Yeah, so I just wanted. I mean, if you're Giannis, at least just go to Brooklyn.
Well, that's the Knicks wouldn't. Are the Knicks one of like I know like 28 teams would be in on Giannis, but I think the Knicks are one of the teams that would probably say no to Giannis.
The Knicks
at this point.
The Knicks might win the championship.
Let's not get carried away. Boston is still going to win that series, but I know we didn't get to talk about it.
You want to double or nothing?
Carl's already let me down.
You want to double or nothing on the T-bell? I need my crunch wrap.
You want to take the Knicks to win the series.
I wouldn't do that. But I know you think that they probably won't win another game.
I will not take that. After first of all, Carl let me down when I picked for them. Then to have Tatum and Jaylen Brown go 4 for 24 from 3. Tatum have 0 points in the fourth quarter. No way I'm betting on Boston at this point for any reason. I don't believe in Boston.
All right. I just let the record show I gave you an opportunity to double down like Matt Jordan.
I didn't believe in Boston when they were playing possibly Cleveland in the conference finals, which by the way, now DeAndre Hunter, Evan Mobley, they all skipped shoot around today. So
this is insanity. What did Tyrese Halliburton's pops put? What type of voodoo on these teams, man?
Yeah, all 3 of them, Garland, Mobley, and Hunter, skipped shoot around.
I sound like Boogie. It's getting ridiculous.
So let me see how many. If the series goes 7, would you do that? Let's say
do what?
I'm saying sweep. I won't do that. You're saying you won't take the Knicks to win the series at all. If the series just gets to a game 7, then I'll say you win. If the Knicks force a game 7, I'll say you win. But
what if the Knicks win in 6?
Well, yeah, you win, obviously.
Okay.
It's just saying the Knicks will win 2 more games in the series.
Yes, I'm doing it.
I'm trying to compromise.
So what are we betting on? What are we betting? Double down on Taco Bell?
I don't want any more Taco Bell. You can have Taco Bell.
What are we betting?
Let me think. Well, I'll think of something. What was that sandwich place you said by Sutter Health Park?
Sandwich place
that you had like a week ago or something?
The Cordy Bros?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got to pick me up one of those since you're talking it up so much.
Oh, it's so busy over there. Come on, Jaylen. Don't let me down. And then if I win.
So you win if the Knicks win the series or it goes to 7.
Okay.
I win if the Celtics win in 5 or 6.
I'm in. I'm in on that.
I don't love being invested in the success of the Boston Celtics because I do not believe in that team. Jaylen Brown, in any other scenario, Jaylen Brown would have had knee surgery and been done for the season at this point. That dude's knees are cooked, but I still think they're better than the Knicks. They should have beat the Knicks.
Continuing our 12 o'clock star power hour, and we close it out with a guy who we're not sure if he'll ever play basketball again, but should a team just say bleep it? In case he does, we'll do that deal. We'll tell you who it is and what the other team should give up when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time. Exclusively to Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time. Exclusively to Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
People are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, from Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville, because they've seen for themselves the huge selection and the best prices at SacSuperstore.com. Good luck finding a lower price anywhere else. And if you do, they'll match it. It's as simple as that. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, where a handshake still means something. Open until 10 o'clock and centrally located right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. And online at SacSuperstore.com. The guaranteed lowest price and the best selection of Dodge, Chrysler, Jeeps, and Rams. SacSuperstore.com.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Get ready for Monster Truck Madness, featuring Rockstar, California Kid, Identity Theft, Spitfire, Reverse, Titan, and Monster Truck Rides. Saturday, May 10th with 2 back-to-back shows at the San Joaquin County Fairgrounds. Shows at 3 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Grab your tickets now. StuckedInDirtTrack.com. Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
On Sacktown Sports.
The names are flying around, but we're taking a break from the Giannis's of the world and the Kevin Durant's of the world. Also, coming up at 1 o'clock, we got that breaking news, and we're going to talk Bobby Jackson coming back home. Now, this is actually home, not DeMar DeRozan 7 hours away. And every time I say that joke, he's going to get further and further away. It's not Bobby. This is not, no. The season's over. We never have to hear. Oh, did you see, Kyle? It was a year ago, earlier this week that everything dropped. I think it was maybe Sunday or yesterday, a year ago to that date. It was either Saturday, Sunday, or yesterday. Kendrick Lamar dropped Not Like Us. And I told my wife, and she said, that feels like a much longer time frame than a year.
I agree.
It definitely does. It feels like that thing came out 3 years ago.
Yeah, it's been a long year for me, but at the same time, that was a crazy, because it was all like one weekend too.
Yes.
It was like
it was outstanding. I mean, one guy dropped a song, the other guy dropped a song, and then Kendrick. I think it was Saturday or Sunday where Kendrick dropped it, and then it took flight. It feels like a day or two later.
But Drake dropped, I can't remember which one it was now, but then Kendrick dropped Meet the Grams like 20 minutes later.
It was the Part 6 or something.
Yeah, but Meet the Grams came out like 20 minutes later because someone leaked to Kendrick when Drake was going to put it out. And then it was Not Like Us, and Not Like Us was the one that ended it because it was Kendrick's first pop hit. And lo and behold, it won Song of the Year at the Grammys and had the entire industry singing A minor when he performed it on stage.
Well, we did not know. I mean, I liked the song, early on before it got huge. While I'm working out, whatever. No, I had no clue what was in store for us.
My original take on it was, I can't get invested because I know both of them are going to profit from it. It's like they're too big of names to have rap beef because it's just going to help both of them. I didn't realize Kendrick was a crazy person, bona fide insane person who just wanted to destroy Drake's name, was willing to spend millions of his own dollars to destroy Drake's name and reputation. Did not realize he was a crazy person.
Yeah, I think Drake will try something this summer. I think he's got some summer bops, and that's what Kendrick said. I like Drake with the melodies, so Drake is kind of just doing what Kendrick said to do. Stop, don't try this real deal rap stuff. So, just make your pop hits and keep it pushing.
Drake actually dropped an album. I know no one noticed, but Drake dropped an album recently with Party Next Door, and in one of the songs, he's like, I'm again paraphrasing.
Yes.
Screw a rap beef. I just want to make the people happy.
No, he said, screw a rap beef. I'm just trying to get the party lit, which is the most Drake thing ever. And Kendrick said, good. This is what I said you're allowed to do. So a year ago, it feels like much longer than that, but here we are. And look, I would say a year ago feels like the last time we saw Joel Embiid play basketball. Bill Simmons has and your segue strikes again. That's right. Bill Simmons has a crazy person take on something the Lakers should do, and I wouldn't like it because it includes the Kings' future Aaron Gordon, Rui Hachimura, but this is not a crazy idea if you just want to take the swing and be okay if you miss, but here it is.
Can you think of anything where if you're the Lakers, you go, now I have to think about this a little bit?
Embiid?
That's something the Lakers would traditionally do.
Talk about get out of jail free cards.
I think the Sixers do it in a second.
We'll give you all of our expirings and a first, and we'll get you out of the Joel Embiid business. Here's your get out of jail free card right now. You don't have to deal with them anymore.
I heard Embiid was available at the trade deadline. It'd be irresponsible to not even ask. Yeah,
Come on.
You think it's surprising that Daryl would potentially float the idea?
I just hadn't heard that. I was excited about the info. Yeah, so all right, that's my favorite Lakers move. All their expirings and 2 first-round picks, and they get Embiid. And Philly
so not Reeves.
Reeves isn't in it.
Oh, Reeves isn't in it.
He's not in it. You don't even get Reeves.
That was Bill Simmons and and Ryan Russillo going back and forth on whether or not you'll actually see Joel Embiid play basketball again. You have the 3-year, $192 million contract, an average salary of $64 million. He's only 31 years old. Excuse me, might be 30 when this contract kicks in. $59 million, $64 million, $69 million. He's an unrestricted free agent when he'll be 35. And Bill Simmons is saying, hey, you're stuck, Philly. You're kind of just stuck right now. So you have no clue whether he's going to play. He's 31. He's 31 right now. And if the Lakers just want to make a splash and just essentially this would, to me, be the Porzingis thing, just a really, really expensive Porzingis with Celtics thing where it's, hey, we're going to hang around and probably be a 5 seed and that's all fine and good. And we're just hoping that Joel Embiid will be healthy enough the last month of the season going into the playoffs. And we're going to pay him $50 million to play 30 games.
Man, has Joel Embiid really fallen that hard? Like,
I mean, the brother can't play.
I know, but he was an MVP. Like, do we think that when he comes back, he will not be an all-star level player? Because, like, we can talk all we want about Porzingis.
Kyle, we don't know when he's coming back.
But if that's the problem, then if you're Philadelphia, I know it's kind of crazy.
He played 19 games this season.
Oh, and they were talking about they're going to break his hip to do knee surgery. And
Here you go.
Just crazy.
So, he won the MVP in 2023. He was an all-star, even though he only played in 39 games last season. And prior to that, 66 games when he won MVP, 68 games when he was second in MVP voting. 51, 64, 63, 31.
Oh, yeah. And there's, there's also 2 years before that where he just straight up did not play. Yeah. His first 2 seasons, he played 31 games his first 3 years in the league.
If you're the if you are the 76ers, it is a get out of jail free card. Would you look back and say, would anybody say, man, the Sixers messed up? I don't think so. I think if he comes to LA and gets his body, he's got to lose. It's so funny. Everybody makes fun of, and weight looks different on different people. Jokic, I saw, was at a bar yesterday, by the way. Somebody caught Jokic at a bar in Oklahoma City.
See that.
They always make fun of Luka for being fat, okay? And that's why he got traded, because he's a fat slob. He was trying to drink beer when they were going to the finals. But Joel Embiid, and it's been reported, he needs to lose weight. And he talked about he was supposed to lose weight, I think, going into this season. So maybe he gets on Ozempic or something, loses some weight, and the Lakers get something out of him. My issue with the Laker thing is that it doesn't really line up with LeBron to me.
No. Well, it doesn't. It's just you have to get Luka to sign the extension.
Right.
Who cares about, this is a crazy sentence. Who cares about LeBron James?
Yeah.
Their entire motivation, if they have to trade LeBron James, I know they can't because he has a no trade clause. You send LeBron out the door immediately. All you have to do is do whatever you have to do to get Luka to sign that extension. That's their priority at this point, which, to your point about would people look back at the Sixers and say they messed up, and you said, I don't think so. My answer would be, I don't think anybody knows.
Right.
So maybe they're getting out ahead of this thing because they're going to have to break his hip to fix his knees. Or
that's just a crazy statement.
I know. Or you just gave away an all-star level player for Rui Hachimura.
It would be more than Rui and picks.
No, Rui and their expiring contracts and a pick was what Bill Simmons said, which I would make the personal argument that it is better to be too late than it is to be too early when you're talking about a player who's going to have a tiny statue outside the arena.
No, man. So it would be Rui, Jared Vanderbilt, Gabe Vincent, Dorian Finney-Smith,
and Kleber.
They're screwed, man.
My point is, and again, there's a great debate to be had in the gray area of this, but in my personal opinion, you're better off holding on to him and hoping something turns around. You're better off being too late when you're talking about a franchise legend, not just a retired Jersey guy, a statue. I know the Sixers have tiny statues. They're like 4 feet or like 4 inches tall, but this guy's going to have a statue outside the arena. You don't just throw him away for Rui Hachimura and Vanderbilt.
Look, man, you need more picks, I think is the problem, but I don't know. I don't know that the Clippers would do it. I don't know that the Lakers would do it. I mean, they didn't even want Mark Williams for Dalton Connect. They're going to take what's left of Joel Embiid at 31 years old.
You're going to take the guy who they literally don't know what's wrong with him, like fluid in his knee.
And look, we're having some fun, but obviously it's a sad situation for Joel Embiid. He's getting paid a lot, but just from a business basketball perspective, it's a nightmare for the Sixers.
Well, and I call them the zombie 76ers because they don't make sense. They have a past his prime player making $50 million. Mm-hmm. You have a superstar exiting his prime with knee injuries. You have a player entering their second contract in Maxey who's like, hey, he might be a guy, but he's 7 years younger than Embiid, and then you have a 19-year-old. Like, your 4 best players are all on different timelines. None of it makes any sense.
Somebody was saying Tyrese Maxey might be available, and I thought that was really interesting. I don't know. I mean, to me, I would, if you're moving on from, you have to move on from Malik Monk, and Tyrese Maxey making a lot of money. I love Tyrese Maxey. Some people think he's overrated. That's not what the Kings need per se, but he is young. He is at least younger than what the Kings have. We're talking about this sustained success. All the Kings players are in their late 20s, early 30s, besides Keegan Murray and Devin Carter. And we can count Isaac Jones if we want, sure. But it's not an old team. It's a team in their prime. And that's why this sustained success, we know what it is.
If you were to answer this in 10 seconds or less before the break, of the 4, if you're the 76ers, which do you try and trade first? Do you dump Paul George's contract, see what you can get for Embiid, trade Tyrese Maxey to align the timelines, or trade Jared McCain for a win now?
Paul George.
Okay, you just dump Paul George's contract.
There's no connection to him. Goodbye.
Okay, just dump him for Bradley Beal.
Yeah, go let him podcast somewhere. All right, we brought up LaMelo Ball before the Bobby Jackson news. Now we discuss how the Kings would get LaMelo Ball when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, when the A's beat the Rangers in Arlington to kick off the most recent road trip, with J.P. Sears getting his 4th win, the A's improved to 15-14, the latest in a season they've been over 500 since 2021. Can they contend this year? Well, as we close the book on April, the American League West is the tightest division in baseball. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
Have you ever dreamed of shopping for the perfect jewelry from home? Well, now it's possible, and you can even build your credit. PrestigioJewelers.com now offers online shopping, making us the premium credit jeweler nationwide. With an exceptional selection of fine jewelry, from engagement rings and gold chains to sparkling diamond earrings and much more. With over 30 years of experience, Prestigio guarantees you'll find exactly what you're looking for. It's fast and easy. Once approved, you'll receive a guaranteed credit line from $400 to $10,000. All you need is to be 18 years or older, have a valid form of ID, be employed for a minimum of 6 months, and a bank account for automatic payments. PrestigioJewelers.com is the perfect way to establish or reestablish your credit, with interest rates at only 2.25% per month. We are here to help you with monthly reporting to all major credit bureaus. The perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. Visit us online at PrestigioJewelers.com or at one of our locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno. Enter code SACTOWNSPORTS at checkout to save 10%.
I'm Sia, and I support Humane World for Animals, formerly called the Humane Society of the United States. Together, we have created a new version of Peter Gabriel's beautiful song, Salisbury Hill, to celebrate Humane World for Animals and everything they do. Enjoy the song and join us in helping Humane World for Animals end animal cruelty.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
If you're just now joining the show in the 1 o'clock hour, some news broke not too long ago as the Kings are targeting, you guessed it, Bobby Jackson to be a part of the coaching staff with Doug Christie. They are also, and the terms that are being used, Carmichael Dave broke Darius Sangaila. That was an hour ago, along with Mike Woodson, Bobby Jackson. Sean Cunningham also brought up Bobby Jackson, but nothing is on paper yet. It doesn't seem like the words that are being used, the names being considered / spoken to. So feels like this is the direction they're going. Obviously, this stuff is getting out on purpose, but when it is completely finished and in the clear, we will let you know. That broke while we were discussing how the Kings can acquire LaMelo Ball.
My swerve in that corner. Whoa, whoa.
Thank you, Leangelo, or Allen Stiles, also known as Leangelo.
Hey, remember that time that we got really excited about that song?
Yeah, it wasn't our proudest moment.
My swerve in that corner. Whoa, whoa.
Wow, who could have possibly seen that coming?
Yeah, it just took us back to the early 2000s, which, you know what, that song should play when the Kings play, since they are just channeling the early 2000s in everything they do. But Kyle, you have cooked up a couple trade scenarios for the Kings, and I will let you know if I'm in or out on these situations. It looks like you have a pretty in-depth one to start off here with.
You know, I kind of had to decide, because for all of these, I kind of say, okay, what's the path to making this happen? And the path for the Kings to make it happen is the same one we've been talking about, which is DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk, and draft picks.
Okay.
And, you know, maybe they have to throw in Devin Carter. But in this scenario, I'll say they'll keep Devin Carter and throw away the draft picks.
Okay.
The problem is the Charlotte Hornets, if they were to trade LaMelo Ball, they don't need DeMar DeRozan or Malik Monk. So we would then have to rehome both of those people after making the deal happen. So the one that I cooked up is rehoming DeRozan to Toronto, where he obviously wouldn't get to play for a championship, but he can do what he does best, which is try and get Toronto to the 9 seed.
Yes.
Toronto's trying to win, and they want to get to the 9 seed. So we're going to rehome DeRozan to Toronto. We're going to rehome Malik Monk to Orlando, just for the sake of simplicity here. So in this situation, the Kings would get LaMelo Ball and Gary Harris. The Magic would get Malik Monk and Josh Okogie. The Raptors get DeMar DeRozan, obviously. And the Hornets get RJ Barrett, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, and 4 future first-round picks, one of which comes from Orlando 3 of which comes from Sacramento, none of which I put down lottery protections, but also they're not great first-round picks either. It's Denver's first this year, which I think is going to be like 27 or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Kings' firsts in 26 and 28, which theoretically they want to compete. And it's the Spurs pick that they got in the De'Aaron Fox trade. So the Hornets would get essentially 4 not elite first-round picks for LaMelo Ball and also RJ Barrett, which they can figure out what to do with that.
Not to get too caught in the weeds, but why would the Raptors do that deal?
The Raptors just swapping RJ Barrett for DeMar DeRozan?
Why would they do that?
Do you think DeMar DeRozan's better than RJ Barrett?
Maybe right now, but you talk about timelines.
They both have 2 years left on their deal also.
Now that I've just watched DeMar DeRozan, and again, this is more about the Kings getting LaMelo, but now that I just watched DeMar DeRozan play, the last thing I would want if I were a member of the Raptors is to watch DeMar DeRozan take shots away from my young players.
Well, I don't think RJ Barrett is a young player.
Well, I'm saying guys on the fine, but also guys on the team.
Yeah, I guess I'm just making the point of come on back home, DeMar, celebrate the end of your career. This is going to be a weird thing to say. They would actually be saving money by making this trade. DeMar DeRozan is a better player who costs less than RJ Barrett.
Yeah.
But they also, again, it's just buy low on a franchise legend and play him alongside Scotty Barnes, and they try and fight for the 10 seed.
Well, I think your better argument is they do have Brandon Ingram now. So it's what they have a bunch of weird players where it's you got Scotty Barnes, you got Brandon Ingram, you got Grady Dick in the guard spot. DeMar can go back to a 2 guard.
Yeah, it's essentially would be we think DeMar's just a better player than RJ Barrett.
Yes, and you look at the rest of their group, right? They still got Quickly too, so they still have young talent to go with. So I'll play the game just for the sake of playing the game.
Yeah, and you know what else would happen? They'd sell a lot of jerseys.
So
DeMar DeRozan coming home.
Yeah, more importantly, and him and Drake, they got to figure it out. But more importantly, you're giving up Malik Monk, 3 soft firsts, and DeMar DeRozan for LaMelo Ball.
Yeah. Well, as long as the 2028, their own pick could be a problem if things go south. But 2 very soft picks and 1 could go in either direction.
This is tough, man. I mean, that's a lot for LaMelo, but he's 23. He's young enough that we could sit there and say, hey, he dealt with injuries the first 3 years of his career, 4 years of his career, and now he's 25, right? I think you could argue that point, and that point of an argument, to me, being in Sacramento, would be enough to do the deal. I think I would do the deal. I would just, obviously, it's the same prayer I'm praying if I get Ja Morant. It's the same prayer I'm praying if I get Zion Williamson, and he's younger than both those guys.
Yeah, so maybe they have to attach a couple seconds to Toronto if you think DeRozan is worse than RJ Barrett.
So I would probably do it. And again, to everybody that was upset when we kind of played with the Kevin Durant idea or the James Harden idea yesterday, LaMelo is 23. So that's a level of sustained success, right? Or you're getting there because these guys are younger. You have to get younger. The Kings do. They have to get younger. So I would do the deal. I'm just praying that he stays healthy. And if you're asking me out of the 3 to take a swing on, Zion, Ja, and LaMelo, if you're having me rank them, I'm taking LaMelo first simply because of age. And I think that LaMelo, I know he's got the connection with his brother, and I don't know why the baller shoes, I don't know what it is, but you got a highlight reel point guard in Ja that can't shoot, and those hyper-athletic point guards, and he's not Russell Westbrook. He doesn't play as hard as Russell Westbrook on both ends of the floor. So he's not that. Then you have Zion, who obviously Zion has had his issues. So I would have LaMelo ranked above both of them. So I would be willing to give up more. This deal in particular, I would miss the heck out of Malik. I know that DeMar DeRozan, maybe they'll be able to sneak into an 8 seed in the East. Who knows? The picks are what they are. I just don't know if you're the Kings how you don't do this deal. It's probably the better way of saying it. If you have an opportunity to get LaMelo Ball in Sacramento, and he'd be coming home, Chino Hills, he'd be coming home. I don't know how you don't do this deal.
It sounds like you personally have not given up on LaMelo in the same way you've given up hope on Ja Morant or Zion Williamson becoming whatever their expectation was. It seems like you're not there yet with LaMelo.
Ja's 25, and I know he's not terribly younger than them.
I'm guessing LaMelo's 23.
Ja's 25, Zion's 24, and LaMelo, I believe, is
23, turning 24.
Yeah. So he's not terribly younger than them, which is something to keep in mind. And you have him locked down. I think that he has the longest deal. Yeah.
I think it's the same as Ja. I think it's 3 years.
It's longer than Zion, I believe.
I don't know, because Zion would be kind of the same as Ja. I don't know. I just don't remember what Zion's is, other than it has the injury protections. But
LaMelo is just starting. LaMelo is under contract until 2029.
Oh, geez, Zion. So yeah, Zion's got 3. LaMelo has 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they have to throw in another not premium pick, but maybe just throw in one more to make it work. But that would be infuriating if they gave up more for LaMelo Ball than they got for De'Aaron Fox. That would be absolutely infuriating. I know he would have more years on the deal, but that would be frustrating for the Kings' sake.
916-339-1140. Javi has a trade idea, wants to throw to the good people, all the listeners. What's up, Javi? What you got for us?
How you doing, Mr. Stiles and Kyle? So I just, man, there's a lot of moving parts in that last deal, man. I want to make something that's a little more practical without having to go through 4 or 5 different avenues and, pathways. I would really call Memphis, and I would offer this to make it to where we don't have to get rid of Malik. I would offer them Sabonis, DeRozan, and 2 firsts. Logistically, this adds up in the fans flow trade machine for Ja Morant, Brandon Clark, and then you extend the cap hold, renounce the right, and then extend Santi Aldama, the power forward, small forward, as the combo forward to make it all work. And you give him about a 3-year, $36 million. You get 3 at 39. It has to be upwards of $11 million annually, and the 2 first-round picks. And if needed, you can even throw in Devin Carter. It's just a matter if they want him. And people say, well, why would the Grizzlies do that? Well, just hold on a second. The rationale makes more than logical sense. What they do is Sabonis' contract will then finish out by the time Edie gets to his last year of his rookie deal. Edie on the bench with Jaren Jackson, see how that works with the Desmond Bane running the show, the same way that the Jazz are using Walker Kessler.
But Javi, who is center for the Kings? Yeah, who's center for the Kings in that deal? That just seems like a lot. And Javi, you've been listening. I'm not big on Ja. That just seems like a lot for Ja, though.
You mean? He's a superstar. Just listen to the start lineup. Ja Morant, Zach LaVine, Keegan Murray, Brandon Clark, Jonas Valanciunas.
Yeah, I'm not off it, to be honest with you, Javi. Thanks for the call. I would honestly, the issue is I need to figure out what I think about Brandon Clark. That's really the issue there. I know Brandon Clark is a good player. I don't know. I need to see Brandon Clark more. I don't know where Brandon Clark is. Brandon Clark, 64 games. Kyle, you got to put them on hold for this because I need you to hear this. And I know it's not all about. I know it's not all about stretching the floor, but I've never seen this before. Kyle, give me a guess. And again, I've seen Brandon Clark come in and do some things. He's 6'8", 64 games, 8.3 points a game, 5.1 rebound. And I was thinking, okay, are we doing the Aaron Gordon thing? Kyle Ledbetter, Give me a guess at Brandon Clark's 3-point percentage in 2024-2025.
I thought you were going to say wingspan. I think he's the one with the crazy wingspan. I don't know. I'll say 32%. A
little bit lower, brother.
A little lower. Maybe 26. 25 or 26 is the lowest I'll go.
A little lower, brother.
Wow. This must be not a great 3-point shooter. I guess maybe 22, 21, something like that.
A little lower.
Wow. 0%.
Now, look, I'm having some fun because he took 0.3 attempts, right? But if he's starting now in this day and age, again, I'm saying I need to watch Brandon Clark more. So Brandon Clark, Domantas Sabonis is gone. Brandon Clark, Valanciunas, okay? That's your front court. Don't look, Kyle. Don't peek. I'm about to tell you.
Go for it.
Then Keegan, Ja Morant, who also can't shoot.
Zach LaVine, who's doing all the shooting.
5.9% is what Brandon Clark shot from 3-point range.
So
he doesn't shoot. He attempted 0.3 threes, and he shot 5.9% from 3. That lineup has probably the worst. The problem is the spacing in that lineup.
So this was my guess, and I was right. Basketball Reference has totals because you said he only played in 60-something games and was averaging
64. Yeah.
He was 1 for 17.
So
on
he
the
just
season.
Okay.
He made 1 3-pointer.
He did go to San Jose State though before Gonzaga. So shout out San Jose State.
And you might be thinking, okay, he missed a few games. That's fine. The year before, 1 made 3-pointer. The year before that, 1 made 3-pointer.
You can't have him, Valanciunas. You can't have him and Valanciunas on the floor together.
No, I think you would want to play him at the 5 and Valanciunas starts, or I think Clark and Valanciunas rotate would be my guess.
That's just a lot. Javi, I'm not a Ja Morant. If you're going to come with the Ja Morant trade, I honestly thought when Javi said Sabonis, I thought we were going in the direction of Jaren Jackson Jr. When Javi said Sabonis, my ears perked up because I thought he was going Jaren Jackson Jr. I didn't see that coming. Y'all know I cannot. You really got to come with it if you're going to convince me of Ja Morant. You have to. On the other side, we keep the conversation going, and we are going to play a little in style, out of style. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729 or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Sacramento's premier music festival, Country in the Park, is only a few weeks away with Bailey Zimmerman.
All the way.
Cole Wetzel. Plus Billy Currington, Nate Smith, Ernest, and more. Friday and Saturday, May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo. Don't miss pop-up stores, food trucks, line dancing, and more. Country in the Park, celebrating 25 years, May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Goldfield Trading Post, Java City, and Elemental Wine. Get tickets and more at CITVFest.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
The trade machine, I love the trade machine. The trade machine is open for business right now. Some calls coming in. We've talked to Giannis, KD, LaMelo Ball. DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk, 3 first-rounders for LaMelo Ball. You in or out? That is the question. 916-339-1140. TC wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, TC? What you got for us?
What's up, bros?
Hey. How you doing, man?
I'm all right. Hey, so check it out. So what I want to say about DeRozan is everybody's going to think how they're going to think, but like DeRozan, we got to quit acting like 2 rotational players or a couple guys aren't going to be enough for DeRozan. We can't act like we get some, like a wing, maybe a center or a guard for something DeRozan. We can't act like that's not enough. Like, oh, we need 2 rotational players, a first, a second. Like, come on, bro. We got to be honest. Like, if we get 2 rotational players, bro, we get off the money, we send them somewhere, and we get the pieces that we need. Simple as that, bro.
Yeah, thanks for the call. Thanks for the call, TC. Yeah, I don't know that anybody is of the illusion that you're going to get back a really great haul for DeRozan. I hope that they do the deal so we can get our new Aaron Gordon and you get Rui Hachimura. What was it, Kyle? DeRozan for Rui
and Maxi Kleber.
And Kleber. That's it. That's the deal. That's the deal. That's it.
That's the one you are fine with. And honestly, I would take one at this point. I mean, we've talked about this before with DeRozan. It's like there's going to be we'll talk about it more tomorrow, but there's only going to be a few situations that happen. Is either they get a player in their 30s making the same amount of money and just swap them, which there aren't a lot of those. Mm-hmm. They get DeRozan as part of a larger package for an all-star, at which point where he goes doesn't matter because he'll have to be rerouted somewhere else by another team.
Right.
Or they accommodate him because he decides this wasn't what he signed up for, and they accommodate and trade him for a player that's not as good as him, whether that's Tobias Harris or Andrew Wiggins or
they all sound like Aaron Gordons to me.
Tobias Harris is just you remember that old joke that's like De'Aaron Fox is the player Ja Morant is the player De'Aaron Fox thinks he is.
Yeah.
Aaron Gordon is the player Tobias Harris thought his career was going to be. That's right. And he just got paid so much money by the Sixers.
Well, I think what's going to happen is you're going to see the Fred VanVleet. The Fred VanVleet is going to get a Tobias Harris type drop in this next deal.
What did that mean? The Fred VanVleet is going to get a Tobias Harris drop?
Yes, because Tobias Harris got all that money from the Sixers, and then he did not live up to the money, and then he took a normal human deal in Detroit.
Yeah, but DeMar DeRozan just did that with the Kings. So why don't we just flip our problems?
No, because I don't want Tobias Harris on the team.
Yeah, fair. Okay, that's fair. I would just make the point is like, they're either going to package DeRozan for a larger deal, like we've been talking about with most of our names of the day, whether it's the Ja Morant, Zion Williamson, you did James Harden yesterday, that's probably he'll be part of a larger package, or they're going to get an RJ Barrett, an Andrew Wiggins, a Tobias Harris, a Rui Hachimura.
Now we're talking. I can't wait until they sign Malik Beasley and he forgets how to shoot. That's going to happen.
Yeah, usually that only happens with the white guys.
That's going to happen. All right, let's get into a little bit of in style, out of style.
Sorry, I didn't have the drops ready. Apologies.
Okay. Well, Kyle's going to get the drops ready. And we're going to start here with what I have as out of style. And out of style, this is the new Air Force One coming out. And we're doing out of style. Yes. This is the new Air Force One low coming out. It's called the Dirty Triple White. Okay? $130. They are dropping May 7th. The Triple Dirty White. Smoked white Air Force Ones. You see them everywhere. Dirty, crease, scuffed. Each pair is a living canvas for the person wearing them. White Air Force Ones are a time portal. What we love about them. But what if we told the story backwards? Introducing the Nike Air Force One Dirty Low Triple Threat, featuring a scratch-away texture that reveals a cleaner, crisper exterior the more time you put in. The footprint illustration stamps a digitally print sock liner celebrating grooves you put into your shoes alongside classic Air Force One laces. The box includes UV laces that will wear the light exposure, creating a unique vintage look. Long story short, you're buying dirty-looking shoes, and the longer you wear them, the cleaner they become. So you would scuff them, but you actually are revealing a cleaner shoe. I have it as out of style. As I read it out loud, I couldn't do it. My father would probably slap me in the face if I purchased something like this. Kyle, is there any part of this that is actually ingenious?
So first of all, fashion is just confidence to do it. So go for it if you want to spend. I'm sure these are very reasonably priced. And
$130 for dirty Air Force Ones? No.
I was being sarcastic. I'm sure that they're creating this and selling it at a very affordable price, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the problem with it. I guess my ignorance in shoes is this part. Does this texture that appears clean, does it already exist where the texture, it starts clean and the texture becomes clean as it goes away? Because I'm like, that's the opportunity to make money. I don't know if that already exists, of like permanently clean sneakers.
Right, and then you would scuff them. Oh, great, they're clean now. And then you re-scuff them, and then they look like how they looked when you initially bought them.
Yeah, like instead of start dirty and they become clean, are there shoes that start clean and become clean as you scuff them? Because if that doesn't exist, they just missed a really good opportunity if they have the technology to make shoes look cleaner.
Out of style, and we're out of time for this segment. We got In Style coming up next, and I'm not proud of it, but I got to agree with this guy. Yeah, it's coming up next. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
Full details and disclaimer.
The Hagen Oaks Cutting Edge Putter Fitting Studio offers you more technology, more choices, and more service. Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. With $30,000 worth of state-of-the-art technology ready for your fitting, Hagen Oaks will help you make your best putting stroke while finding the best putter design, shape, hosel, length, and loft for your game. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for more.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
You've heard the saying, penny wise, pound foolish, right? It means you do something that will save you a little bit right now, just pennies, but that ends up costing you pounds in the end.
People put off tuning up their furnace because they don't want to take the time or spend the money to get it done.
But it only takes 90 minutes and costs just $87, which is just pennies compared to the huge problems and expenses that can rack up if you don't get your furnace tuned up.
You'll also save money on your energy bills, and your system will last longer.
So don't be penny wise and pound foolish. Call Bell Brothers for a precision tune-up and professional cleaning today.
Our number is 916-444-1234 or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
At Valley Strong Credit Union, we know that local businesses are the backbone of the Central Valley, investing in our neighborhoods, boosting the economy, making the Valley stronger. But when it comes to their finances, where can they turn? A big bank that just sees another number? That's not good enough. Valley businesses deserve Valley support for payroll, credit, cash flow, and everything in between. Valley Business is Valley Strong. Learn how our cash management services can support your business at valleyststrong.com.
The IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship is back for another thrilling season at Monterey's iconic WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, May 9th through the 11th. Only in Monterey can you experience a high-octane mix of international drivers, cutting-edge prototypes, and GT sports cars racing wheel to wheel. There'll be gourmet food, wine, craft beers, family entertainment, and exclusive fan engagement with the drivers in the open race paddock. Buy your tickets now and experience world-class motorsports. Visit WeatherTechRaceway.com.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Finishing up in style, out of style. I don't know where the time went in that last segment, but I looked up and we are way over time. We're going to get back on track here. And our out of style, Nick is saying these type of shoes already exist, and that's a terrible way to sell shoes. Or out of style from a Peg on the SAG chat. Yeah, pre-cooked Air Force Ones, basically Air Force Ones that Nike is dropping tomorrow morning for $130 that look worn, and as you wear them and scuff them and wipe them, they then will look clean, and then as you continue to wear them, I guess look dirty again. So that's out of style. This in style, I know people probably won't be happy with me, and we can go fair or foul here as well. This is Draymond Green talking about Dylan Brooks not shaking hands. And look, sometimes it's the messenger, not the message, but Draymond makes some good points on Dylan Brooks kind of tripping. Here it is.
Dylan Brooks ran off the court. So when I say you see what guys is made of, he ran off the court, like, ain't shake nobody up. You admitted that you was trying to hurt Steph's hand, which, again, fine by me, bro. Like, I get it. We all get it when you hoop. You know what I'm saying? So if you're going to be on that type of time, you got to be on that time all the press you got to be on that time all the time. You're going to be talking. You're going to be Mr. Big Bad Wolf. Don't lose and then not face the music. Don't be that guy, because, again, you lose a lot of respect for guys in that moment. I had a moment with Dylan Brooks back when he was with Memphis, and I said the dynasty start after you. And the reason I said that is because things like that. Bro, so then guess what? Then Tyree Eason do it. He lead the court. I got love for Tyree Eason. His mom was talking. You know what I'm saying? My mom almost had to get out of it. You got a lot of you shouted him out earlier in the year, though. Absolutely. I got a lot of love for the way he played. Yeah. And I ended up catching him right before he was about to walk out the arena, and he was walking this way, so he didn't have to come by me, but I could, in my distance, I could see him right there. I said to him, I like waved him down, and I went and I dapped him up, and that was kind of a little save, but don't be that guy, man. Like, you don't, you gotta teach him. You gotta teach him. You lose a series, you gotta teach him right. But that's who Dylan Brooks is. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And we understand, like, you a sucker, man. You like.
That was Draymond Green, and I know it's Draymond Green, so it's tough to agree with him. But I got to go in style here. I think that Draymond is right. The problem is there is a fine line, and we talked about this before with Dylan Brooks and the finger thing. If you're going to be swiping at fingers, is that Mamba mentality, or should you just want to beat somebody the way it is, right? And obviously it comes up in the NFL a lot, but I think at the end of the day, I think if you're admitting to swiping and trying to hurt someone, can you shake hands? If I'm Dylan Brooks and I sat up there when we are coming back from 3-1 and we kind of think we're going to win, if I'm Dylan Brooks and I'm admitting to, hey, if my ankle was messed up, I would expect, and I don't even know why he said that. I don't know how you would hurt an ankle the same way you could hurt a finger. I don't know why he just didn't say hurt a finger. But for him to say what he said, hey, if I had a hurt ankle, I would expect them to hurt my ankle. It kind of is what it is. And essentially admitting to trying to hurt Steph's finger, I guess if you're Dylan Brooks, how do you dap them up? Do you just ignore it? The fact that you said that?
I don't know. It depends on whether it's all like for showmanship or you actually like the Warriors.
The video, you could see multiple videos. He is swiping at Steph's hand.
Oh, yeah.
Before and after shots.
The dapping up part is more so like, are they actually your ops and you actually don't like them? Or is it like, hey, we're going to have our beef, but at the end of the day, we're all going to shake hands and be good. Different people go different directions on it.
But my whole thing is Steph's finger is already messed up, right? It worked out for Dylan, and he could have shaken hands because he wasn't successful in hurting Steph anymore, or at least not enough to hinder Steph from actually playing in the game. What if he hurt the finger and Steph is out and has to get surgery? The Rockets win, and then he goes to dap them up. Is Draymond going to dap up Dylan Brooks after that? I do think it's a lot of both sides, depending on how things would have ended. The intent didn't change. Dylan Brooks was trying to injure Steph, but he wasn't successful.
Well,
right?
he openly admitted that he was trying to.
It.
Like, I think other players were maybe targeting Steph's hand also. Dylan Brooks was just the one who put his name on it.
So I think it's weird. 530 is saying Draymond is literally punching people, choking them out, stomping on their chest, and complaining people don't want to shake his hand. Stop defending this clown Styles. I'm not defending anything Draymond does. This is a take on Dylan Brooks. You could say it's the pot calling the kettle, but I'm not defending Draymond.
It's actually a fact.
I'm not defending Draymond. I think that if you're Dylan Brooks, I'm not in the NBA, but it feels like there is a level of it's war when the ball is tipped off, when the ball is tipped, after the whistle and the buzzer goes, we're brothers. That's what I feel like Draymond was trying to say. But at the same time, LeBron has walked off and not shaken hands when he's lost. So I guess my bigger gripe is not that it's Draymond. My bigger gripe is that the whole picking and choosing when you have to shake hands and when you don't. Draymond was also almost saying the only reason Dylan Brooks has to shake hands is because he admitted to trying to injure Steph. If Dylan Brooks had just walked off and never admitted to that, then I guess Draymond wouldn't have been as upset.
Yeah, but I think there's a second layer to it that he brings up later, which is like when it was Memphis, it was like, oh, it doesn't matter. The dynasty starts once you leave. Who cares about you? With this version, he's like, now your leader guy, your guy with playoff experience on a young team, and Tari Eason's out here behaving bad because he's watching you behave bad, and it has a different kind of vibe to it also, which is like now you're supposed to be responsible irritant, which in a weird way Draymond never got to because he punched Jordan Poole in the face.
But he was at times, but then he would regress.
Yeah.
1 step forward, 2 steps back. That's been the whole situation.
So that's kind of the interesting, again, pot calling the kettle black situation of like, I kind of lost the point he was making by the end of it. And part of it was Baron Davis interjecting, but also I kind of lost the play.
Hit it again.
Is this one for real?
Yes.
When it breaks,
we have it first.
It's Sacktown Sports Breaking News.
3 minutes ago from Shams Charania, is this one real? The last one was real. 3 minutes ago from Shams Charania, the Sacramento Kings are finalizing a deal to hire 3-time Chicago Bulls NBA champion B.J. Armstrong as an assistant general manager under new GM Scott Perry, sources tell ESPN. Armstrong played 11 NBA seasons from 89 to 2000 and has been a player agent over the last 2 decades. My initial thought is, Kyle, based on that write-up, he doesn't pass the blood test. He doesn't pass the Sacramento blood test, but he passes the and/or Scott Perry test. I would assume that Scott Perry, very close with agents, as he's told us about, also about his podcast, that this is one of the agents that he has been very close with, and now he gets an opportunity as assistant GM, the new Wes Wilcox, I would pretty much say, under Scott Perry.
Based on a quick search of B.J. Armstrong's Wikipedia, he was with Jerry Krause in Chicago for a little bit of time and then was agent for Derrick Rose in the 2008 draft, which obviously Derrick Rose did quite well for himself in the fact that he still has, I think, an active Adidas contract all these years later. Also represented, again, just a quick search, Bismack Biyombo, Emmanuel Mudiay, Dantas Moniunas, Lithuanian, JaVale McGee, Denzel Valentine, and Josh Jackson.
There you go. So no other front office experience, though.
Only that he was in Chicago in the early 2000s, I believe.
Okay. I am building a group. I am building a team with specific skill sets. So now there you have it, essentially the new Wes Wilcox to Scott Perry's Monty McNair. That just broke about 5 minutes ago. B.J. Armstrong. My dad grew up in Chicago, loved B.J. Armstrong. I think my mom did too. NBA champion B.J. Armstrong, assistant general manager.
He's also Isaiah Collier's agent now.
There you go. What, can he still do that?
Well, no, his clients will go represent someone else. He's essentially a player agent with Wasserman, which I believe is Domantas Sabonis's agency.
There you go.
Not that he's Sabonis's agent.
Hey, same. It passes the blood test. We're close enough. But B.J. Armstrong gets in there. So a lot of news coming out for the Sacramento Kings. And Whitey Gleason told me he's got some really interesting things to point out on what's going down. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half, and if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me, and now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at theaeway.com or an instant quote, or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Have you ever dreamed of shopping for the perfect jewelry from home? Well, now it's possible, and you can even build your credit. PrestigiOJewelers.com now offers online shopping, making us the premium credit jeweler nationwide. With an exceptional selection of fine jewelry, from engagement rings and gold chains to sparkling diamond earrings and much more. With over 30 years of experience, Prestigio guarantees you'll find exactly what you're looking for. It's fast and easy. Once approved, you'll receive a guaranteed credit line from $400 to $10,000. All you need is to be 18 years or older, have a valid form of ID, be employed for a minimum of 6 months, and a bank account for automatic payments. PrestigiOJewelers.com is the perfect way to establish or reestablish your credit, with interest rates at only 2.25% per month. We are here to help you with monthly reporting to all major credit bureaus. The perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. Visit us online at PrestigiOJewelers.com or at one of our locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno. Enter code SACTOWNSPORTS at checkout to save 10%.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, when the A's beat the Rangers in Arlington to kick off the most recent road trip, with J.P. Sears getting his fourth win, the A's improved to 15-14, the latest in a season they've been over 500 since 2021. Can they contend this year? Well, as we close the book on April, the American League West is the tightest division in baseball. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
Memorial Day is the unofficial beginning of summer and a time to reflect on the blessings we enjoy living in this country. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. At Naturewood's Memorial Day sale, you choose the offer. It's like 2 sales in one. Take 10% off regular prices or get 24 months of no-interest financing with payments on approved credit. Then you can choose from living rooms, sofas, sectionals, dining rooms, bedrooms, home offices, and so much more. Whether you're looking to lighten the mood in your living room, brighten up your bedroom, or tighten up your home office, you can shop and save big on the best selection of quality furniture, including Sacramento's largest selection of furniture made in the USA. Shop the area's best selection of quality furniture at Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for that water wheel.
At SMUD, we power business with incentives, strategic account advisors, 50% lower rates, and clean energy solutions. We help businesses thrive. That's our clean power promise. Learn more at smud.org.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
On Sacktown Sports.
Bobby Jackson. B-Jax. BJ Armstrong. Mike Woodson. Darius Sungila. The whole crew, Whitey. Only one of them has gotten the Shams, not that it has to come from Shams, but the official finalizing a deal, and it's none of the coaches.
Right.
It's BJ Armstrong as the assistant GM, who spent some time with the Bulls in the early 2000s, but doesn't have a lot of GM experience outside of that. Bit surprising a little bit, Whitey.
Here we go again with the Allen Stiles tilt. I know everyone wants to talk about, they're getting the old gang back together, but Darius Sungila was kind of at the end of the Kings' period of relevance, and BJ Armstrong was never here. Mike Woodson was with the Kings, when they first moved here. So, I know Bobby and Doug Christie. Bobby was here before, though, just a few years ago. He's already.
So you're saying people are making a big deal out of I've been joking, you have to get pricked to enter Golden One, and if you don't have King's blood, you can't get in.
Yeah, well, that's sure. And I don't have a problem with that, but it's just they're not all from that one period. Some of them are, and I know Mike's coaching now, and but Sungila was. I don't even know if I'd have to check. I don't know. I don't know if he played with Doug Christie.
He did. He was the 04 and 05 season. So I think Doug got traded in the middle of one of those years.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Thank you.
Don't worry, he passes the test. They all pass the test in some way, shape, or form.
And Lithuanian.
Yeah, that's double test. Stands out to me.
That's the new summer coach, I think, for Domas.
That's what I was thinking.
He's already got property in Arvidas' old hometown.
Yeah, so
it's almost like Scott Perry says, "Look, I'm going to pick your lead assistant and assistant GM. You can pick whoever you want on the coaching staff, but I get to pick your lead assistant because I didn't really get to pick you. That only seems fair." Okay, that's fair.
Well, I said it's a snake draft.
Yeah, there you go.
Scott Perry got first pick. Doug Christie gets the next two.
Yeah.
So now Scott Perry gets another one. So we'll see somebody probably from the Knicks.
But even if that was the case, you think Scott is picking Mike Woodson as his first call, or it's just the one who would pick up the phone?
I think it might be a combination of both.
Mike Woodson's no slouch.
Yeah.
No, certainly not, but he's 67 years old and just coming off of spending 4 years in college basketball.
Yeah.
It was an unconventional.
So think about it, though.
He brings stability.
The two picks that that I am assuming came from Scott Perry. Mike Woodson, who was just spent the last couple years in the NBA in the NCAA.
Right.
And now you have BJ Armstrong, who the last time he was in a front office was Kyle wasn't born yet. So bit interesting. I think interesting is the right word. They're not going and getting, and I don't know how much of that is.
DC and the OGs.
Apparently, he was instrumental in drafting Jamal Crawford on the Bulls.
Let's get Alvin Gentry. We need you to run the
That's
offense.
right. Who is good? That's what I'm thinking. That's the piece that we were talking about. It's not going to be Mike Woodson, and they move off of Jay Triano. It's not going to be Mike Woodson. I don't think it's going to be Bobby Jackson, and it's not going to be. It's not
Could
going to
be
be
Mike Woodson, but I don't think it would be.
So they're missing. Scott Perry's got one more pick.
Mm.
He's got one more pick.
Corliss Williams.
He's got one more pick.
Corliss, we'll
in the
see him
bag.
tonight. He's on the Timberwolves bench.
Yeah.
They got two of them.
Elston.
That's right.
Elston, we were saying St. Jean's kid maybe could be in line for a promotion. Bring him back.
I went to high school with them.
Holy moly.
Yeah. So
Fonzie Wells is apparently an assistant coach at Georgia Tech.
They're guys.
Huh.
There are guys. And I think, and what I've been saying, Whitey, is look, they continue to say the same thing. They've been lockstep on this certain, discipline, defense, gotta love Sacramento. I do think that they have gotten guys that, number one, they're comfortable with, and number two, sure, you convinced Jeff Van Gundy to come for a year. He's gone after that. I think they've convinced they've gone to guys that, to your point, Whitey, no disrespect. They've cut their teeth in the NBA, but at the same time, you're not going to have to worry about them like a defensive coordinator like the Niners because they're trying to build something.
Yeah, just think if Scott Perry's interviewing you, and I think he's great. Don't misunderstand me. And he says, we don't want to bring somebody in and then have them leave 3 months later. And I'd say, you mean like you did when they hired you last time? Exactly. That's exactly what I mean.
Yeah, we do not want that. We do not want that. You have any picks for, let's talk about last night's game. I mean, we spent
11 innings. Yeah.
Jacob Wilson.
Yeah. Oh, were you talking about another
he's
guy?
going to win Rookie of the Year. And I kind of called it. No,
your buddy called it, right?
Are you saying it right now that he's going to?
No. He's a front runner right now. I've just been really high on Jacob Wilson. I didn't
What was
say
that about? He's going to, and I kind of called it.
I didn't.
This is your chance to call it or not.
Well, he is, but I didn't call it at the beginning of the season. I just said he's going to have a breakout season, and everybody should keep an eye on him. But I did not say Jacob Wilson will win Rookie of the Year.
Oh, all right.
But he will win Rookie of the Year.
Okay.
He will. He will.
Mm-hmm.
What did you think about the games last night? We spent a lot of time on Aaron Gordon, and we've already figured this out. Rui Hachimura will be the Kings' Aaron Gordon.
Not if you want a defensive presence. I don't know about that. It reminded me, both games, they reminded me of, sometimes you go to a movie. I don't know, you go to a lot of movies, and there's a big surprise in them or surprise ending or a plot twist.
Yes.
Because watching them both, especially the second one, because that all happened at the end. It was, Sheeny and I were watching like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was an audible gasp from
like
both of us.
No, I am your father.
That's right.
Whoa.
That's right.
Those kind of endings.
I just saw Sinners, and
you don't want to give it away.
Did you see it?
I have not seen it yet.
What is the? Can we
vampires? Right. That's a big.
Can we talk about this? So a lot of people are getting mad at the Thunderbolts because I
Don't
guess
give anything away. Please.
No, I didn't see it. That's the point.
All right.
They are revealing that it's very bizarre, and I don't know how this is going to help or hurt their marketing. But earlier this week, they were all together and they revealed that the actual name of the movie is The New Avengers, and people are upset saying, "So you gave everyone a week to see the movie,
and now you just."
Well, everybody knows now.
No, what happened is they decided at the end of last week that they were going to start marketing it as New Avengers. This was not a big plan the whole time.
No, but a lot of people are saying, so you just bleep anybody who hasn't seen the movie yet to see why they would change that. So my question is, what is the rule? And obviously not everyone has a platform like this to spoil movies, but just with your friends, fam, whoever, what is
the rule is just don't.
But what's the rule though?
Don't. If you're thinking it might be a spoiler, don't do it.
Okay, let's say Sinners is no longer in theaters anymore. and it comes up and, oh, you remember when blah, blah, blah happened, and you're going to get mad at me.
Yes.
You didn't go
have to
see
be
it.
Even more mindful of it now because people don't watch necessarily.
I give you
when
three.
It comes out.
I give you 3 solid months from when it's released. If you don't watch it in 3 solid months and I slip and say something, you can't get mad at me.
You already gave us a spoiler alert today that Jacob Wilson's going to be the Rookie of the Year.
Well, and he is. Grand Canyon's finest. Beautiful campus, by the way.
Really?
Yes. Beautiful, beautiful campus. Games tonight.
Yeah.
You got your Warriors?
I don't know if they're my Warriors in this series yet or not because I haven't made a prediction.
I got Warriors. I don't know if it's 6 or 7, but I got Warriors.
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I'm not leaning that way. I don't know about you, and nobody cares. But if there's a series and I pick one team to win, I end up rooting for that team because I don't like to be wrong.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
It doesn't even matter how I feel about the teams. Like if I say so-and-so's going to win and then I'm watching, I realize, ooh, I'm rooting for that team.
Going back to what happened last night, and maybe this is me just being unfair. We talk so much about the coaches. And, you know, I'll joke about my dad all the time, he's one of those classic, when Steve Kerr had the Warriors with KD, my dad said I could win a championship. And there are a lot of people like that. And I feel like I'm not that person, but also I don't know how good of a coach Joe Mazzulla is. And last night kind of vindicated me for that. Even if they win again, I just don't know how good Joe Mazzulla is at coaching. And is that fair or unfair? I don't know.
Well, I think he's a good coach. I think he's proven that. And yeah, they shoot a ton of threes. And when they shoot 50 to 59 threes, their record is 28-5 or something. So they win a lot. And then when the shots don't go in, when they lose bad games, typically they miss a lot of threes. So you could quibble with the shot selection here or there, but for the most part, that's just the way they play. And when they don't go in, they had a terrible night last night. What are they, 15 for 60 or something? Yeah. Then it looks like, oh, they're so stupid. Well, that's how they play when they win.
But I'm just saying, if you're Joe Mazzulla, you have a ridiculous roster,
I
and
thought
you just
Mark
run it.
Dagnall was the one that had a rough night.
Oh, no, he did too. But you're Joe Mazzulla. You fall into this coaching job because of Ime, and you have a ridiculous roster. You just chuck up a bunch of threes, and you have a crazy defense. And I'm probably underselling him a little bit. I guess, obviously, he's a good coach. I have no clue. And I think even going into this season, I was reading an article, and they felt the same way, where they didn't know. He won the championship, but I can't put him as a top 5 coach yet. I don't know.
Just because they have so much talent.
Yeah.
In my opinion. That's the thing that, like you were saying about Kerr. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But, I mean, is he a good coach? It's hard to tell because the team's so good. I think he's a pretty good coach.
Of course.
Yeah.
And there's some Warrior fans
Mark
that
Dagnall last night. I've never seen that where he wants to challenge something, and Shea goes, don't challenge it. No, they said over there, I'm going to challenge it. You saw him, right?
Yeah.
Shea's like, no. And then they were fouling. They fouled too early.
Yeah, they fouled way too early.
Backcourt, which was just dumb.
Well, and I also I think they're still trying to figure out, look, they're a young team. We don't know. Jalen Williams, okay game. Chet Holmgren bricked those 2 free throws. He's supposed to be, we know everybody has a really good number 1 and really good number 2 once you get to this level of the playoffs. You get a crazy game from Alex Caruso. So that kind of made up for it, but you're Chet, you're the number 2 pick. It's still early, but some of the questions when the Thunder were looking for a Cam Johnson, and we're over here in the basement in the 8th seed thinking, why do the Thunder need Cam Johnson? We're starting to see, okay, if they don't win the whole thing this season, might be scarier because then they're going to have an excuse to go get something crazy. But clearly, the regular season is not the postseason, and we've tried to tell people time and time again.
And they won't listen to you, will they, Alan?
They will not listen.
I'll be listening tomorrow. I just pulled an Allen Stiles. I'll be listening tomorrow, Alan.
Senor Segway strikes again. Well, I'll tell you what, one thing that is smoother than butter, and that's Whitey's Segways. Senor Segway strikes again. And I will be sure to be listening to every minute of the drive, guys. Coming up next, Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. Thanks to all the callers, texters, sack chatters, all the trade generators that we had today. It was great. We will continue them tomorrow. Thanks, Kyle Ledbetter, as always. Until tomorrow, let's get the bag. Like to be.
Don't forget my podcast.
Gotta go.
The only place you'll find Keegan Murray is Sacktown.